welcome back. Please do take your seats. I know it's hard to come back after lunch, but we have a fantastic next session that I know you won't want to miss, and I'm sure people are starting to come back in as we get going as well. So I'm delighted to be joined for our next session, Peace, Stability and Development, by Juan Manuel Santos, who was the President of Colombia from 2010 to 2018 and the sole recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize in 2016 for his resolute efforts to bring the country's more than 50-year-long civil war to an end. For those who don't know, it was one of the longest-running armed conflicts in modern history. It involved the Colombian government and the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, or FARC, which was a guerrilla group that fought for political and social change through violent insurgency. The war left 8 million victims, including many civilians who were caught in the crossfire, and displaced countless others. President Juan Manuel Santos initiated a historic peace process that involved 6 years of negotiations with the FARC. His leadership in navigating complex negotiations, balancing justice with reconciliation, and engaging both national and international actors was instrumental in bringing peace to Colombia after decades of war. President, great to have you with us. Thank you very much for being with us. So first of all, absolutely, a round of applause, thank you. Let's talk about your time and those negotiations, those long, difficult negotiations. 6 years with the FARC. What were the key innovative strategies that you used that helped bridge that gap between the seemingly impossible at the time?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this very important event. Very glad to be here. First time in Bhutan. We had a very long war, and I had the opportunity to be Minister of Defense before being President. So I was in charge of the war. And there I saw how important it was to get into the shoes of the other part. And there was a very good former general who came to me and said, listen, I know that you in the end want peace, and I advise you to treat the FARC not as your enemies, but as your adversaries. And I asked him, what is the difference? He said, there's a great difference. The enemies, you simply get rid of them. The adversaries, you have to beat, but you have to be conscious that you have to live with them for the rest of your lives. So treat them as human beings. They're all human beings who have families, they have fathers, mothers, brothers, many of them have kids. Treat them as human beings, respect their human rights. And I understood that very well. We started changing the culture of our military. I told them, listen, respect the human rights of the FARC. We had the unfortunate doctrine copied from Vietnam of the body count. I said, get rid of that doctrine. Now I'm going to measure the success of the officers and the soldiers by how many of the FARC guerrillas demobilized, not by how many are killed. And the wounded, you don't kill. You take them to a hospital. That had a tremendous impact in the FARC because they started seeing us not as a devil, but as human beings also. And afterwards, when we signed the peace, they said, this is one of the most strong policies that really weakened our base, because when they start seeing our military taking the wounded to the hospitals, they really said, well, this war is senseless. So that was a very important aspect. There are many others, but I think this is one of the most important.
Yeah, and you can see how that could make a difference to both sides, but still 6 years of negotiations. How did you maintain the political will amongst yourself and your colleagues who wanted to push this forward, but also public support?
Well, that was also very peculiar situation because I got elected the first time with the highest percentage of votes in the history of Colombia because I was a war hero. I came from being Minister of Defense, very successful in making war, but making war in a human way. But people said, listen, continue. All your predecessors have failed. Why don't you continue making war? Maybe these people will eventually disappear. And I said, no, we have to sit down. Every conflict ends in a negotiating table. And so I had to take a decision of going against, like swimming against the current in the short run to be able to reach a more long-term objective. And I remember one of my advisors, Foreign Minister of Israel, Shlomo Ben-Ami, he said, President, I know that you want to make peace, but everybody is telling you to continue the war. But make the following reflections. Put yourself right in front of your grave, and you look back, and you ask yourself, how many lives would I have saved if I took the risk and had achieved peace? Would you go to your grave with your conscience at peace? And that argument was so powerful that I said, well, maybe it's going to be very costly politically, and it was very costly politically because they thought I was a traitor. They elected me as a war hero, and then a year later I sat down to negotiate. They said, you are a traitor. But that was a necessary step in order to be able to have peace. So yes, you have to swim against the current, and you have to identify the potential spoilers of a conflict. For example, the military. They were always a spoiler because they thought that they would be negotiated with the guerrillas, that their budget was going to be cut. So what I did was convince the military. I had been in the military. I was a Marine in my young years, and to tell them that peace was their victory, because at the end, who would be holding the weapons, the guns? The official military. Who would be handing their guns in? The FARC. And I chose two of the most popular generals to become negotiators, and that sort of took care of the military as spoilers. And I did something similar to the other spoilers.
The issue, I suppose, was that there were so many victims. I mentioned 8 million people impacted one way or another by the violence over the years. And they would want justice, and they, many people say they should have that. How did you balance the need for that, for justice for the victims, with bringing in the guerrilla leaders and those who had perpetrated crimes?
That is one of the most difficult situations that any peacemaker has to encounter. My instructions to my negotiators was seek as much justice as possible that will allow you to have peace. There's never an ideal place to define how much justice or how much peace. No matter where you draw the line, you will always have some people asking for more justice and others asking for more peace. That is inevitable. Every peace process has that type of criticism. But you have to understand that this is part of the cost of making peace. And with the victims, I had a very marvelous experience, because I thought that the victims, because they were victims, they would be against a peace process that would give the perpetrators some kind of legal benefits because they were victims. And a professor, a former professor of mine told me at the beginning of the process, talk to the victims and they will re-energize you because you're taking a path that is a very difficult path. You're going to feel alone, the loneliness of power, and the victims will re-energize you. So I started talking to the victims, and I was surprised the dramas that they told me, what they had suffered. But at the end, most of them, not all, but most of them said, no, President, continue, persevere. And I asked them, but why are you so generous if you just told me that your daughter was raped and killed and that your father was killed and that you know that the persons who did this are going to have some legal benefits? Why are you so generous? And most of them said, because we don't want to suffer, others to suffer what we suffered. And that for me was a lesson in life. My perception of the human condition improved. And that was for me a very rich experience.
And while you were going through this process, what role did international organizations play in helping bring about a conclusion to this peace process? And what can other countries learn right now from that?
The international community, very important. In every asymmetrical war today, if you don't have the support of the region, and especially of the neighbors, it's very difficult to achieve peace. And I studied many peace processes, and I discovered that that was one of the necessary conditions to have peace. Bring in the international community, but especially the neighbors and the region. And they played a very important role. The international community to give the process legitimacy. The Colombian peace process was the first peace process that was negotiated under the umbrella of the Rome Treaty. Rome Treaty is an international treaty that was established in the United Nations precisely to facilitate peace processes. That has a series of conditions. That's what allows transitional justice in order for the International Penal Court to intervene or not to intervene. So you need also the international community, and the United Nations was very helpful in that, backing the peace process to give it legitimacy.
So when we look at the state of the world right now, there's obviously several terrible conflicts going on. What can you take or share with us from your experiences of going through a peace process and ending a decades-long conflict that perhaps we could bring into today's ongoing situations?
Well, my experience taught me that every conflict has a solution. I remember many people saying it's impossible to have peace with the FARC. We've been fighting for 50 years. That's not going to be possible, but we made it possible. We made it possible by using a phrase that I learned from Nelson Mandela. He says, the most powerful weapon there is in the world is to sit down and talk. And talk in a constructive way. What does that mean? You sit down with your counterpart, your adversary, your enemy, call it whatever you want, to learn from him. Why is it that he's doing this? And if you sit down with that objective in mind and start learning why they are doing what they're doing, why they are fighting, then you start discovering that you might have common ground and you have common denominators, and that facilitates peace. You have to also, it's very important to build trust. And trust is built by making gestures. For example, in my case, I sent my brother to negotiate secretly with the commanders of the guerrillas at the very beginning. That gesture, that I was sending my brother, he could have been killed, was a gesture that had a profound effect in building trust. So you have to build trust, you have to sit down and talk. For example, I right now, the war in Ukraine, if you go back some years ago when President Kennedy and Khrushchev sat down to negotiate the first treaty to limit the number of nuclear bombs, how did they do it? Because President Kennedy took the phone and called Khrushchev and talked, and they sat down and start saying, listen, we cannot continue building nuclear bombs because it's senseless, and they reach an agreement. What is happening today in the world, as the leaders of the top countries, more important countries, don't talk to themselves, to each other. They are trapped by the short-term interests, and they forget how important it is to see the world with a long-term view. Climate change is another example. Why are leaders not taking the necessary decisions to stop climate change and to comply with what they had signed in many of the conferences? Because of their short-term interest. If they are able to make the sacrifice of taking a cost, a political cost in the short term, and take the decisions that will solve the long term, then the world is going to be much better.
So ultimately, it all depends on leadership, doesn't it? You were the right leader at the right time, willing to make the right sacrifices. Do you feel that actually we, unfortunately, too often choose the wrong leaders? And if so, why?
Well, I had a very peculiar experience. I was a leader making war at the beginning, and then a leader making peace. That taught me also that making war, you need a vertical type of leadership. You give orders, you have a strategy, you have tactics. But making peace is a leadership that you need. It's more horizontal. You don't give order, you persuade. You teach. You convince victims to forgive. That is very difficult. But that is what is needed. Today, we need leaders that are willing not only to persuade, but also to take the decisions that could be costly in the short run, but that are necessary in the long run. And that is what the world needs right now. Leaders that have the courage and the conviction of even sacrificing their political capital for a long-term objective. Otherwise, we will not take the decisions that are necessary to save the planet. Climate change is one, but right now, one of the existential problems that was discussed in New York last week was artificial intelligence. Why does, or the pandemics, the world forgot about the pandemic. The treaty, the international treaty to be effective in the next pandemic has not been negotiated because the leaders have local short-term interest. They have to do away with that short-term view and sit down and take the decisions thinking again in the long term.
Yeah. And you mentioned the UN. You spoke at a summit there a few days ago, and you said this: if we want peace with nature, peace among people, we have to listen, and that's what we've not been doing for many years or centuries. Why don't we listen? Is it just down to short-termism, or is it just down to ignorance and self-belief that's misplaced?
Well, nature has been talking for some time, but we have not listened. And it's talking. I had an experience with the indigenous communities in Colombia when they told me, I went and asked them, they were our big brothers, and I made a gesture to them and said, and I went to them and said, will you give me authorization to go to Congress and be sworn in? And they told me, okay, yes, and I know that you want to make peace with the FARC, but also make peace with nature, because nature is mad. She is already screaming. She is already warning us. And that was back in 2010. And that month, we had the worst Niña phenomenon in Colombia. For a year, I had to administer a flooded country. And the indigenous community says, you see, nature is talking. And nature is talking right now. Look at the fires, look at the droughts, look at the flooding all around the world. So we have to listen. But also, you sit down and listen to the communities that are suffering either climate change or the multiple wars that are being, because it's not only Gaza, it's not only Ukraine. We have more than 100 conflicts around the world. You go to Sudan, you go to Somalia, you go to many other countries, and they are at war and with millions of victims. And the world is, in a way, indifferent to that. And so we have to listen more of what is happening around the world in order to solve the problems.
And I lastly want to ask from my own questions and my own thoughts. As a leader, you must have come up against such tough times when you were going through this process. What gave you the self-belief and the strength to push on?
What gave me the strength?
Yeah, and the confidence.
I will tell you very shortly an anecdote that for me was extremely convincing that I had to persevere. There was this woman. She was from the coffee region. Her father was killed, her mother was killed, her brother was killed, and her son was tortured and killed. A week after she buried her son, who was tortured and killed, somebody came to her house. Her name is Pastora Mira. Knocked on the door. And there was this guy wounded. He wanted help. She took him in, put him in his son's bed. When he was cured, he went out and he saw the picture of this woman with her son. And he kneeled, started crying, and said, please don't tell me this is your son. And she said, yes, he's my son. Why? And he said, I have to tell you, I was the one who tortured and killed him. And she was shocked, but she was standing, he was on his knees. She took him, stand up, and then embraced him. And this guy went crazy. Why are you embracing me if I just told you that I tortured and killed your son? And she said, because by what you did, you saved me from hating for the rest of my life. And that's why I took her to Oslo, and in front of everybody I said she would be the one to have been awarded the Nobel Prize, not me, because that is the type of attitude that is needed.
Wow, that's incredible. What a moment that must have been, and for her to come with you as well. It's amazing. A question from the audience. What aspect of the peace process in Colombia could be applied in the multiple conflicts going on around the world?
Well, to put yourself in the shoes of the other, every conflict has a solution. To investigate and try to understand why the parties are in conflict. If you go to the Ukraine war, you have to understand what Ukrainians are thinking, but you have to understand that Russia has also worries about their own security, that they are seeing that NATO is advancing more and more towards their territory against what the NATO countries had told Russia. And you have to start understanding the different reasons why countries or within countries, the parties are at war. It's very important. And put yourself in the other person's shoes. And what has been mentioned here so many times, you have to have empathy, you have to have compassion, and you have to have long-term view.
So specifically, and this is a very difficult one, and I'd be interested to hear your answer. Specifically, when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, what advice would you give to him and the leaders of Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran in de-escalating the situation there?
Well, personally, I think that is one of the worst failures of the United Nations, the Security Council, because we have one of the P5 countries there vetoing everything. But the solution in Israel and in Palestine, there's no other solution than the two countries, two-state solution, imposing a two-state solution, and imposing the conditions for the two states to be able to live together without killing each other. But to do that, you have to, again, sit down and talk. I am quite sure that at a certain moment, the parties, and this is history, is a witness of this, the parties get tired of war. And if they are convinced that they can live side by side without killing each other, they will eventually choose the right path. It takes a big effort. It takes generosity. It takes a lot of understanding. But I think it's possible.
Okay, well, I think on that hopeful note, we will end our conversation. President Santos, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. It's now time, as we look at Bhutan's transformation, to focus on leadership. And we have 4 of the very, very best minds on leadership to talk through this with. Let me introduce you to Keith. Keith Farazi. He's the founder and CEO of Farazi Greenlight, a top executive team coach, investor, and he's recently written a book called Never Lead Alone. Let me introduce you to Gertrude Ingestad, retired Director General at the European Commission. Now, Gertrude's focus was on human resources and security for many years. Christian Greiser is next. Christian Greiser. Now, Christian is an executive coach and management consultant. I like to think of him as a career technician. He's an author of Remove, Replace, Restart, a maintenance manual for your engine for success. And also, crucially, for our talk today, he was a former partner at the Boston Consulting Group and led many large-scale transformations, the likes of which Bhutan is trying to emulate. And finally, Karma Sitem. Many of you who live here will know him very well, a core working group member of both the National Service and Gelefu Mindfulness City, chair of the Bhutan National Bank and Hydropower Services, and formerly senior positions on the Commissions on Civil Service, Gross National Happiness, and ex-Ministry of Finance Policy and Planning. So an absolutely incredible panel. What they're going to be wrestling with today is what leaders need to do on a transformational journey and what elements are necessary for the future of Bhutan. And we're going to turn to Bhutan in a moment. But I just want to ask each of you, and I'm giving you each 2 minutes, and I'm timing it, so it's a real 2 minutes. What does transformational leadership, just to bring everybody up to speed, mean to you, starting with you, Keith?
All right. The first thing to be a transformational leader is to set audacious goals. If you think about Elon Musk, if you can punch a hole in any aspect of leadership, you certainly cannot relative to his ability to set moonshot goals. The great thing here about Bhutan is between His Majesty and the Prime Minister, you're very good at setting extraordinary goals in terms of doubling the GDP, mindfulness city, etc. The next step is to make sure that you've broken those goals down into very clear, aligned, big hills you're going to have to take. Everybody has to know what they are, everybody has to be aligned, and everybody has to be regimented about it. That's one of the most difficult pieces, is prioritizing the actions underneath the big goals. The next piece is to make sure that you're redefining team. So many transformations fail because of silos. The ministers, the secretaries, the public sector, the this, the that. If they don't consider themselves one team, team doesn't mean org chart. Team means a group of people committed to a mission and committed to getting there together. And it should have nothing to do with the definition of their organization. Next being is a performance culture. Performance culture isn't about culture, it's about practices. There's a wonderful phrase which says, you don't think your way to a new way of acting, you act your way to a new way of thinking. Agile process, monthly KPIs, stress testing, courageous candor at the end of every month, beating up ideas together and moving forward on a monthly basis in a very clear set of agile sprints to achieve the 6 hills, which will ultimately achieve the transformational outcomes.
And seconds to spare. Audacious goals, big hills, performance culture, team. Gertrude, what does it mean to you?
My 2 minutes start
now.
So I agree with everything that Keith has been saying. So I would go a little bit more into practice. What I found important when I worked these things in the Commission, where we did a lot of transformation, as you can imagine, of human resources. So what you need to do is to paint that audacious goal very clearly and together with people so that they understand it and that they agree with it. You have to discuss it, you have to consult, you have to listen so that you really know that you have the goal in mind, all of you. And then it's your job as a leader to work the environment to make it possible for the teams to work towards those goals, to really break down, to remove obstacles, and to work your platform. For example, when it comes to power struggles, because we all have power games going on, and to work those out so that the people can work in peace. And when you hit walls, because you will hit walls, like resistance for it to change or a project that doesn't work, to take them through it, give them the tools, and show them the first success. This can work, because then they are dynamized to work further on, to continue to work. But they have to see that it can work. And what do you need to be as a leader, to have skills as a leader to do this? You need to be have authenticity. You need to be an authentic leader, where you are yourself. That's very important. The courageous, you mentioned the courageous. You have to be brave, both to drive those goals, because they are brave goals that you have here, but also brave enough to be humble and to admit when there are mistakes. When you made mistakes, guys, we got it wrong. We have to take a step back and see how we do it better. So that's very important. And I would end on a sense of humor. I often said to people at the end of a meeting, we've agreed on what to do. I said, don't forget to have fun out there as well, because that's so important in the teamwork. It's the teamwork. It's back to what you were also saying, forming teams that understand each other and trust each other and actually enjoy what they're doing.
Enjoy what they're doing. Christopher, your time starts now.
Thank you very much. And I can only echo what you just said, so difficult to add another perspective, but I'll give it a try. Martin Luther King once said, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? And to me, this is one of the most important definitions of leadership. It's not so much about being in the spotlight. It's much more about shining your light on others, because it's others you depend on. And to me, this leadership, transformative leadership, is about thinking about your teams. It's about thinking across boundaries. It's about connecting and collaborating to achieve or to make such a big vision a reality. And maybe one final note, if I have a few seconds. We made at BCG an investigation, an interesting one, across the 3 dimensions of leadership. The head, which is the big vision, the hand, which is the execution, and the heart, which is about your relationship to people. And what we found is that 10 years ago, maybe the head and the hand were number 1, but these days the heart is much more important, and this is also where it comes to mindfulness. And I'm very, very excited to see some of these elements already shining up here in Bhutan.
Fantastic. And don't forget, when you see the barcode come up behind us, store up your questions, snap the barcode, and send me your questions, because at the end we will have a Q&A session where you'll be able to ask your questions to the panel. But we've got 2 minutes, Karma. What does transformational leadership mean to you?
Thank you, Mark. I agree totally. I think we are a like-minded group here. So for me, when you talk about leadership, whether it's transformative or otherwise, the overall playbook is the same. Leadership is about what? It's about what I call the triple D. The first one is about setting direction. It could be setting direction, it could be shaping direction. It depends where you are in that organization's hierarchy. The second D is about ensuring delivery, results, audacious or otherwise. And looking for ROI or whatever you are after. And the third D is about driving yourself and the people and teams around you. Because no matter how brilliant you are as a person, you can only do so much on your own. The magic really happens when you have the ability to connect and inspire people around you, unleash their full potential towards shared purposes. And that way you're able to amplify your abilities manifold. That's where leading by example in particular is important. And lastly, you have to be able to have communicate very well, because that is the medium you have to use to get through to people. In particular, being a good storyteller helps. The only difference between the generic garden variety leadership and transformational leadership, from my perspective, is the emphasis. The emphasis you need to place, which during transformation will be on people management and risk management. This is tough. Why? Because if you ask a room full of people, all those who want change, raise your hands. Everyone's likely to raise their hands. And now you ask, oh, great. All those who will change, raise your hands. Very few people will do. And that's the great challenge for leaders, spearheading a transformational journey. And I see that as the main difference, just a shift on emphasis. Thank you.
Storytelling is so important. The 3 Ds there. Now, Bhutan has, not starting its journey now, it's been on a journey, as we heard from Professor Stiglitz this morning, for 25, 30 years, it's moved fast. So it's already been on a transformational journey. So as we look forward, let's work out what it's done so far. So Karma, I'm going to ask you to speak again now on government and society. Just sum up for us, because you're at the heart of it. You've been across the workings of government for many, many years at the highest levels here. Tell us, bring us up to date with what it's doing, what has been transformational about the leadership so far.
Well, I could regale you with significant transformational stories for hours on end, but we don't have the time.
We don't.
I want to highlight 3, and you see some images from that transformation which is underway, and also the leadership behind it. In fact, that is the one reason why we are gathered here. So I'm going to talk about what is actually going on in our beautiful country, even as we are talking here, so that you have a better context, and hopefully you can use that to contribute your expertise and experience. Of course, our Bhutanese participants here are fully in the know, but for the benefit of our participants from outside, let me elaborate on 2 significant, or the 3 significant transformations. Bhutan is in the midst of a transformation on a scale and scope that is unparalleled. And this is only possible due to the leadership of His Majesty, the King. The leadership, the good leadership we have here in Bhutan. Indeed, we all gathered here engaging in this very conversations we hope will feed into Bhutan's transformation agenda that will touch every aspect of Bhutanese life, particularly in the Gelugpa Mindfulness City, but have lessons far beyond that to the country, and I hope even beyond Bhutan's border. So if I were to narrow down to the transformation I'm talking about, the first is the transformation, the government-wide civil service reform. This reform was begun following the issuance of a royal edict by His Majesty the King on 17th December 2020, during the 113th National Day. And why did His Majesty issue that royal edict? Because we face a host of challenges, especially on the economic front, that we're ill-suited to confront and overcome, leave alone take advantage of the 21st economy powered by AI, robotics, big data, etc. As highlighted in the royal edict, and I just quote, we are yet to leverage the large size of the civil service and translate it proportionally to performance and prevent it from becoming an impediment to our national development and progress, end quote. The same royal edict of 2020 highlights clearly, in a very brutally honest manner, all the problems that plague our bureaucracy, such as the complacency arising from the security of the iron rice bowl for civil servants, seniority being conflated with competence, the institutions for checks and balances, overzealousness, stifling initiative, even as corruption grows due to low accountability, the suboptimality of ministries and government agencies working in silos, while administrative processes burden and hamper efficient public service delivery. I know that everything the royal edict stated is absolutely true, because I served as the chairperson of the Royal Civil Service Commission, looking after the 30,000 plus civil servants that make up the royal government of Bhutan, until I completed my tenure in March 2019.
And Karma, what has worked with the civil service? What had breakthrough? What had cut through?
Sorry, it's difficult to...
When you came to these reforms within the civil service, which changes worked most? What was best responded to?
Well, the changes, well, firstly, I was fortunate because I was spared. These reforms took place after my tenure ended. But I watched as a very interested observer from the sidelines, and I was fortunate that we were fortunate that my successor was someone who was part of the commission with me. And the civil service reforms actually focused on wholesale reforms in the civil service, but to make it as efficiently as possible, it focused on reforms on the leadership in particular. Because ultimately, it's all about people. And it's been a rough, tough journey, but now it is bearing fruit. And I think this has prepared the civil service in particular to achieve audacious goals. So that was the first significant transformation that I wanted to talk about. The second one is the picture we have up there. Can I highlight that? Because I think
Well,
let's pick up
on that point, Christian. When it comes to Bhutan and transforming the way that a government leads a civil service in a country like this with the emphasis that they have, what lessons can they have from the corporate world?
Can I dive in there? So what Karma's referring to is an exit of a large number of executives in the civil service government that occurred a few years ago, which was quite traumatic for a country that never had that kind of performance management, particularly one that was exiting a group of civil servants. Every major corporation going through transformation follows about a third rule. I'd be curious if you have any different. A third of the people will not make the transformation. The quicker they can exit, the better. A third of the people are mediocre and they're waiting to see what the direction is. And a third of the people, you can probably coach them. The one thing you want to do is as you're exiting the bottom third, you don't want to replace them with mediocrity. You want to replace them with a third of the people that scare the best third that you already have. Now, one of the great challenges we have in Bhutan is a limited talent pool. So the question is, if we do exit a group of individuals that have become complacent in their roles, we need to think about the question of how are we going to replace that talent with individuals significantly better than the ones that are already there that are good. And that's necessary for a transformation. And I think it's going to be a great, bold challenge. And I know that our CSC, which you oversaw, is stepping up to that challenge. And the ministers are, and the prime minister is, and the secretaries are. But it's not going to be easy.
Gertrude, on that point of making those changes, do the leaders have to be from Bhutan? Can there be international organizations assisting in this process? Should there be? And should Bhutan be asking? Should people be offering? Would that be helpful?
I think many organizations, national organizations and international organizations, run through the same type of challenges. So definitely consultations between, inviting for the important conversations to draw conclusions and wisdom from what has happened elsewhere, and vice versa, because you have so much to give in return. What I was thinking about when I heard you was about the pool, and the pool that needs to be reinforced. And we had the same in the European Commission, where we had very big difficulties getting people from all the different member states, for example, my own and yours. So what do you do? How do you get these people? How do you get them interested? And it's really going down to where you can find possible candidates even in a number of years, working early on in the schools, making sure that they understand what you're after and making them interested in searching for that route. And I think a lot of these experiences could definitely be shared between Bhutan and other organizations and countries, definitely.
Christian, you've been responsible for a lot of turnarounds, but also companies looking for growth. And that is clearly one of the goals here in Bhutan. What do you think, from what you've learned in the corporate world, would be useful here?
So again, building a bit on what we heard, what I feel, what is extremely important for any transformation is to start with a clear purpose. Why are we doing this? And to me, the purpose here is crystal clear. It is to have a future for this country. So what bigger purpose can you have? Now, why do you need a purpose? And based on my experience, there is no such thing as a linear transformation. It never happens. It is what we dream of. We think now we have our plans and we will go ahead and everything will materialize. I'm sorry to say, It will not happen that way. What will happen is you will start with a first kick into this project, a lot of motivation, and at one point, whatever it is, it might be a specific project, maybe the hydropower or wherever, you will hit a wall and something will not work out as planned. And that is the point where maybe one of the thirds that Keith just mentioned will say, we all knew it before, it won't happen, it doesn't work. But what you need to do then is to go back to the purpose and say, why are we in this? And where is the journey going to continue? And then you're really in this journey. It's typically these two hills you need to master. So not a linear description, maybe an S-curve or maybe two hills where you need to go. And the purpose is super important from my perspective, to always re-inject energy and motivation in this big vision.
Keith, yes.
Can I chip in on
Yeah,
one thing
please do.
here? On the reform, what you were saying as well, one of the things that was very important to us was to do a lot of consultation. Really reach out, you were mentioning that yourself, and not only to listen to what people had to say, to make sure that you have all the points of view, but also to create the conversation, make people talk about what is important so that they're aware of what is important. And that is part of forming the goal as well.
No, absolutely, I couldn't agree more. So Mark, can I segue into the second?
Almost. I want to just ask Keith, because we have a conference full here and we're looking to the future for reforms within the country. What advice would you give people here about
Thank you.
what they can offer?
So one of the things that I think Bhutan has as a true asset that I've never seen happen in any organization or any other country, the brand of Bhutan around the world is exceptional. The fact that a country this size could attract this quality of audience to want to be here is exceptional. There is a team member. One of the things that we're trying to encourage the ministers and the secretaries is that they have to open their aperture of who's on their team and realize that even sitting in this room are future teammates. Not somebody who'll just come in and out, at one event or a conference. But for instance, yesterday sitting with the head of mining, his passion to create Bhutan as the #1 ecological sound future mining country in the world. Well, guess what? Robert, who's here somewhere, is one of the most prestigious mining companies in the world. Wouldn't that be great if he's a coach of the minister and would be willing to do that? There's about 15 people that I know about here who on a weekly basis are working with and coaching ministers and secretaries. So if you have a passion while you're here, make sure that you find the local Bhutanese that are working that transformation, whether it's in Gellifu City or in the government itself. You can be a participant, you can be a team member, and if you've got an asset, then you can be a volunteer army for this country. And that's one of the most extraordinary things. We've never seen that. What organization, I was with General Motors in the transformation of GM. They didn't have any volunteer armies helping them try to beat Tesla coming out of bankruptcy. This country has that, so you should ignite yourselves to be there for this country.
Coaching is very important. And let's turn to the topic on everybody's lips, Kamala. Let's turn to the biggest transformation that's coming up, which I'm sure everybody's going to be having these conversations privately and in discussions, but this mindfulness city that is going to attempt to reinvent democracy, bureaucracy, and learning for a defined period of time, and then assimilate that throughout the country, will be the most extraordinary example of transformational leadership that if and when it works, will be a case study. But how do you lay out that plan?
So Mark, if I could address a bigger transformation, and in my mind that transformation is even bigger than the mindfulness city, but on which enough conversation is happening. So can I pivot to this other transformation? It's one thing to have a transformation around civil service, changing the institutions, the way we are organized to better deliver services. ultimately, the real transformation is when you transform the mindset of every citizen. And in that regard, a bigger transformation that's taking place is the launch of the national service in Bhutan. And this was launched on 5th September this year. And so basically the idea is that while reforms in the government are necessary conditions for transformation, they are not sufficient. It is important that the transformation of the country entails ultimately transform of the citizenry, that we need institutional reforms to be supported by a change in the mindset of the people itself, that there is a shift in the mindset from following traditions to embracing change and the cost of doing so. And in this regard, again, based on His Majesty's vision, during the 114th National Day in 2019, we began working on Bhutan's national service in 2020. And I'm happy to share that we launched the Gelsung program, which is a mandatory national service for both boys and girls on 5th September earlier this year. This is a historic initiative of His Majesty that will become another pillar of Bhutan's good fortune and future. And therefore, let me shed a little light on it for the benefit of all of you. The overall objective of our national service is, one, to help unleash the full potential of every Bhutanese, and two, to provide a platform for our national service men and women to contribute to nation building, which will always be important for a small country like Bhutan. That's the best way to do this, is to immerse our children in an experience that builds character based on universal values that everyone holds dear, and in particular, that they embody in their thoughts, words, and actions the values of integrity, leading a morally upright life, have tons of discipline, so critical for success, that they strive for excellence in everything they do, which means they must have a lifelong learning mindset and habit, that they have a strong sense of accountability. They make their lives matter by filling it with meaning and purpose. And how do they do that? Loyalty to the service of our King, our country, and our people. Under this royal initiative, boys and girls will begin their national service journey when they turn 18 years old, with 11-month-long residential training in one of the 5 national service academies that are under construction around the country under His Majesty's personal supervision. The 11 months training consists of 3 months basic military training to ensure both men and women in Bhutan can serve, if required, as soldiers under professional army to defend this country. 1 month is dedicated to national education, what it means to be a Bhutanese, who we are, where we come from, and where we want to go. And life skills, core life skills like the basics of communication, negotiations, problem solving, mindfulness and emotional intelligence, etc. And basic life skills like cooking, cleaning, sewing, cycling, swimming. The majority of the 11 months, however, will be dedicated to skilling programs. This is again comes from His Majesty the King. Skilling, upskilling, reskilling, and the skilling programs are around 4 areas. Home security skilling is all to do with construction trades, because reality of development and progress is a lot of demand for construction skills. Food security skilling is to give skilling in agriculture and agriculture technologies, because a proportion of Bhutanese must always be involved in agriculture, because that is so critical to a country's survival and flourishing. ICT security skilling, because technology has become like food, clothing, and shelter. So one center is dedicated to that. And lastly, community security skilling. Under this, the youth undergoing their training there, they will learn first responder skills as well as public order management skills. And with the growing natural calamities, this is becoming very useful to the country. After the 11 months training, they continue with their lives. There are 4 possible pathways: classical education, more skilling, they can start their own business, or they can join employment. But when they do so, they have an obligation to render, when called upon, both mandatory and voluntary services, and this continues until they turn 45 years of age, at which point their national service journey comes to an end. In a nutshell, the national service program is going to be transformative, because it will be one activity that touches the lives of every Bhutanese. My daughter will be beginning her national service journey in 2026. It will also be a great equalizer compromises since it applies to all Bhutanese, irrespective of their social and economic background. Even His Royal Highness the Gyaltsen will be undergoing the national service. It will also act as a rite of passage at the age of 18, transforming boys to men, girls to women, both ready to shoulder their roles and responsibilities as adult citizens of Bhutan. It will also be a common experience shared by all Bhutanese and thus will also become part of Bhutanese identity, as there will come a time when every Bhutanese is a national service person, from the cleaners to the prime ministers and everyone in between. The national service is off to a great start. I can tell you, I just visited one center 4 days back, and there is no doubt that this will be an enduring legacy of His Majesty the King, as it will help to achieve His Majesty's vision for a just and harmonious Bhutan. Conditions necessary to find one's happiness. That will be the envy, I hope, of every other country in the world. National service will help to transform the people of Bhutan to better prepare them to work together and achieve great things. Thank you.
Kama, it's a noble program. And youth programs around the world, many governments try things like that. There is a youth engagement challenge for Bhutan, which is something the country is also trying to address, trying to engage young people to stay here. And that is going to be a huge part of its future. What do you think would be useful with this coming economic city and with the direction the country is going in?
I mean, certainly jobs. Coming out of a situation like this, with this kind of upskilling and mindset shifting, jobs are going to be necessary. And obviously there is a talent drain to other countries. So one of the things we definitely need in Bhutan is more of a thriving entrepreneurship community. We're going to be sitting with Evan from Snap, who really did a beautiful job of creating a ecosystem in a city in the United States that really didn't have an entrepreneurial ecosystem when he decided to stay in LA instead of up in the Bay Area. You know, how do we learn how to create an ecosystem here? Access to capital is certainly an issue. Those of you who are willing to consider venture capital, I promise you, there are some extraordinary young entrepreneurs. The last time I was here, we sat with a ballroom full of entrepreneurs in Bhutan doing extraordinary things. Now, we've got to help them not think about entrepreneurship within the Bhutanese market, but within the global market. And imagine the Bhutanese brand already is in the global market. How do we leverage that in so many different ways? And I do believe that tourism, both eco-tourism, but also wellness tourism and mindfulness tourism, there's so many different things we could do, which again, I just put back to you in the audience. Can you help this country and these entrepreneurs grow? Are you willing to be coaches? Are you willing to participate and help with funding and other things?
Christian, we were talking earlier about huge areas of growth that Bhutan could benefit from, that people all around the world are looking at, sustainability and AI. What could Bhutan do to tap into that and get ahead of the curve?
So I think sustainability is to me almost a no-brainer because Bhutan is already there. It is much more about promoting that and making that visible. And I think based on my experience and linking to what we just said, it could be an enormous attractive factor to attract talent, because a lot of young people want to work for companies and for countries and for such visions where this is an important value. Artificial intelligence, of course, is a huge topic, is a big topic. When I see CEO agendas these days, they are very different from what they looked 4 or 5 years ago, and on every agenda you will find sustainability and AI. And definitely in one way or another, this should also show up in this project at the risk of increasing the complexity. But at the same time, I feel already from the conversations I had during the first day, there's so much knowledge, wisdom, and motivation in this room already around AI.
But then how do you How do you get to the next step? Do you have to work with the private sector? Could it be homegrown? How do you invite young people? How do you create that entrepreneurial ecosystem?
Yeah, I think to me it is very much, the first thing is really to promote the story, to really show what is there, and to make the whole thing, I would say, kind of a brand. And then, of course, you need the capital and everything. But that, to me, the first thing is really visibility. This, I think, can increase significantly. And then I'm talking more about Europe and other countries. And then, of course, you need to attract capital and companies, etc. But I think the precondition to do that is already there. It just needs to be visible to people that there is a huge opportunity out there.
Okay, we've had a huge amount of questions from the audience, some fantastic ones. Let's start with Keith, because he's closest to me. How do you inspire others to believe in a vision that might seem impossible? Easy question for you, Keith.
I actually think you answered it earlier. It's in co-creation. It's not about standing up on a pedestal and dictating. It's about inviting people in to co-create. The first person you invite into your team, you're inviting them into their team. I actually think that His Majesty and the Prime Minister have done a beautiful job of inviting co-creation. I think this entire conference begins to do that, but it certainly has to not just be the individuals sitting at the front, but the individuals in the back. Those individuals, the native Bhutanese being a part of that co-creation, I think is absolutely important to inspire.
Karma, I'm going to come to you with this one. Bhutan's power distance is extremely high.
Bhutan's?
Power distance. I think that the rest of the question makes it clear. How can transformational leaders ensure quality consultation takes place? How can more people be consulted in this country and you open up the decision-making process?
We became a constitutional, democratic constitutional monarchy as recent as 2008. But actually, we have a lot of those democratic values in our DNA, like sustainability is in our DNA. So in everything that Bhutan does, there's a huge level of participation and consultation. For example, you won't believe, when we undertook the formulation of the constitution, it was right down to the district and sub-district level. That's a population of around 3,000, and those consultations are led by their majesties, the kings. At that time, the fourth king and His Majesty, the present king. And in the similar way, my successor in the Royal Civil Service Commission, everything they are doing is, of course, in close consultation, but ultimately you have to sift the wheat from the chaff, and this is the cost. There will always be pain to change. There will always be cost to change. And like Keith was saying, you have to do what is necessary. And I think the good part is that these are done after the necessary consultations. And indeed, which is why no matter how difficult it is, there is quite wide acceptance because people realize the objective is good.
Whoever asked that question, the answer is it's in the DNA. I love that. Gertrude, I love this one. What is your personal North Star and how do you guide your team towards it?
My personal Northern Star, that's about what we've been talking about, achieving those goals that you agree are the right ones, that need to be done, and actually getting there, working the platform, working in the environment, with the people, and what everybody has been saying here from the very beginning, from the Prime Minister as well, people first, with people. And it's reaching those goals and showing it can be done. That's my Northern Star, has always been. Big and small goals.
Christian, these are great questions. Thank you very much. Are Western management practices, e.g. monthly KPIs, consistent with the values of gross national happiness?
This is a big question. And actually, I don't know the answer, but there's something I like about that. That is that the Western values are challenged. and have an opportunity to grow, to move to the next level. That's what I see. Because I see there's a huge opportunity here. On one hand, I think there is, when we come back to this leadership term, on one hand, what I see, Western leadership is very open to elements such as mindfulness, what we talked about. At the same time, I feel a lot of the practice from the Western management can be helpful in realizing this big project. So I think it's a give and take. And the same is for me with the national gross product and the national health factor or product. I think there is huge opportunity for both sides to win.
Can I
Yes.
weigh in on that?
Yep.
I don't think we're going to be able to transform a country without clear monthly KPIs. Being able to have a performance culture is absolutely needed. Now the question is it standing on top of a foundation of competitiveness and greed? Or is it standing on top of a foundation of love and what I call co-elevation, where a group of people are committed to that North Star, but they're also committed to lifting each other up while we get there. And living a hard driving focus on delivering outcomes for this country on top of love and mindfulness, I believe those are beautifully congruent. I don't think it's been done very often in the world, but I think this is why we're all here. We're here to witness something that's never been done before. I think we're all here because we want to see, yeah.
Okay.
I think we're here because we want to come back 5, 10, 15 years from now and participate not in an experiment, but in something that we all want to be a part of for the rest of our lives. And that's why I'm here.
Final question, Karma. We're going to end on this. Bhutan has shown the world that succession can lead to continued excellence. What do you feel about succession plans for the mindful city? What is the role of transformational leadership in the context of that?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. You know, all the magic, when you all say all these kind words, actually all these kind words should go to one person only. And all the magic you see happening in our country is really the leadership. I mean, Buddhists, we can think we are smart, but actually it's the leadership that is really guiding us every step of the way. And indeed, whatever we're doing, and I just mentioned a few of the significant transformations. The Galifu Mindfulness City, it's a huge call that His Majesty the King is taking. And we are only able to do this because of what His Majesty refers to as our sovereign prerogative, the right of countries to do what they want. And you know, many countries who have leaders who are brilliant, who entertain such thoughts, ideas, but they cannot implement it because it will lead to all sorts of problems between those who support it, those who don't, due to political resistance and myriad of other obstacles and challenges, etc. We don't have that problem in Bhutan. This is simply due to one common thread that should now be evident in all the significant transformation underway in Bhutan today, including the Galifu Mindfulness City, the leadership of His Majesty the King, who is able to unite the Buddhist people in thought, action, because we trust completely the leadership of His Majesty the King and know that everything His Majesty does is for one purpose only: the happiness, security, the sovereignty, and self-reliance of our country. That's why the prerequisite for a bold transformation agenda, if you ask me, my humble submission, has to be great leadership, period. Without
Thank you.
leadership...
And Karma, the sovereign prerogative there is a great place to leave it, and great leadership, as you
But
said.
can I just say,
So I want everybody to have the time to thank you, Karma, Christian, Gertrude, and Keith. What a fantastic panel. Thank you. Thank you very much. for mindful innovation and entrepreneurship with Chris Tamazi, your moderator.
Do you come join me? So, good afternoon. Are you all still awake? So, we're going to do a count here on stage, and we're going to count how many heads we see looking down and how many heads we see looking up, okay? And so if you want to give us a signal, you just lower your heads. Then we know we're getting boring. Anyway, so I'm really glad to be here. It's a very important topic. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to briefly introduce everyone here in a moment. But what I'd like to just say, I think there's a little bit of opportunity for confusion. And I want to just clarify, when we speak about mindfulness, we're really speaking about a practice of cultivating a clarity of attention, emotional regulation, and actually understanding reality. So being very precise about an understanding of reality is nothing vague. And I think the same thing when we look about innovation, we're talking actually about a very specific thing, which is about bringing creativity to solve people's problems, okay? So this will be our dialogue today, is to try to understand what can we do to cultivate such an ecosystem in Bhutan, and what are specifically the challenges for that, okay? And I'd like to just start by introducing all of you. And so I know, Anna, you're here first. So Anna, it's really nice to have you here. And I know you're a professor at Yale, so that's a great job that you're doing. And especially you're working actually almost as an entrepreneur yourself in the field of health, integrating the sciences of the mind, psychiatry, you're coaching with people. So it's really nice to have you here. And do you want to say a little bit about what your intention is and what your view is on this topic?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chris. And it's a pleasure to be here with everybody today. My interest in mindful innovation and entrepreneurship comes, as Chris says, from my work as a professor at Yale, also as a chief medical officer of a company, Conscious Health, which bridges age-old wisdom and modern science, and also as a filmmaker, a coach, really trying to help people elevate their consciousness. In the former conception of innovation and entrepreneurship, many of the leaders were driven by fear. The primary motive was profit, and well-being and people were secondary. They were essentially means to profit. In such a system, although profit was the motive, it often lacked a lot of the things that here we're trying to bring in and which are so powerful. In a more mindful innovation and entrepreneurship culture, the Prime Minister of Bhutan, His Excellency, was in conversation with Deepak Chopra at Aspen Institute last year, and he described 3 primary aspects of enlightened leadership, which I think also applies to mindful innovation entrepreneurship: wisdom, courage, and compassion. That together, taken with selfless service, creates a beautiful culture where we can not only have the profit motive, which we need obviously for economic reasons, but also have an elevated, uplifted society with human dignity at the center.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you. So Moran, you're next. You're a professor of neuroscience at Columbia. You have done a lot of very innovative research. You said yourself that you're working with NASA also on understanding the mind. And in particular, you said your research is on topics around emotion and even dreams, you said, which would be very interesting here. And of course, you're also an entrepreneur yourself. So I'm very curious to just hear from you, your opening statement.
I mean, the title is Innovation and Mindfulness. I'm a neuroscientist and a business professor. And within neuroscience, my topic of interest and the thing I spent most of my career doing is studying consciousness, which is trying to democratize mindfulness by explaining to everyone how their brain works within and how they can actually reach the level of consciousness that's needed by method of kind of academic research rather than more spiritual experience.
Super, thank you very much. And we have some interesting questions for you in just a moment. So Nima, you're actually on the ground You're actually an entrepreneur in Bhutan, building your own streaming platform, actually, the first Bhutanese streaming platform. And I think I'm the first German member of this Bhutanese streaming platform, by the way. So do you want to say a little bit about what your experience is and especially your journey that brought you here?
So especially for a small country like Bhutan, where firstly the market size is really small, and also that we have access to global content from all parts of the world. So especially for us, mindfulness comes when we have innovation with purpose. And that's where platforms like mine, Samu, comes in. Because we realized that increasingly the young people in Bhutan were not watching local content. And that was a big concern. The other thing was that not many local artists and creative individuals were being able to really showcase their potential, not just to Bhutanese audiences, but also to audiences around the world. So for us, Samu was this platform that we created to harness local talent, and at the same time to really bridge this gap between audiences and local content creators. So we feel that in the last 3 years, we have been able to achieve significant progress. We've really been able to create a whole lot of local content. And because we had to produce a lot of content locally, and unlike other OTT platforms where the models they acquire a lot of content and produce 30% of their content is original programming, we had to do the other way around. So we had to produce a whole lot of original content. But that also meant that we could work with the local creative industries. We could, in fact, really create creative entrepreneurship in that process. So in that ways, I do feel that in a country like Bhutan, a platform like Samu has been able to be very mindful of the kind of social impact and creative impact that we can have. And we've been able to harness that potential to reach where we are today. Thank you.
Super, thank you very much. Exactly, she's the local hero here. So Lisa, yourself as well, you're also an entrepreneur. You're the founder of the Chang'e Institute, which is at a very interesting intersection of helping people access psychedelic treatments as a psychedelic healing. So I'm also very curious to hear what your thoughts are, just to open on this topic.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm the founder of Chang'e Institute. We're one of the first government-approved psychedelic therapy training programs in the United States. We're teaching psychedelic-assisted therapy. Last year, our students became one of the nation's first licensed psilocybin facilitators. And it's so nice to see our students being present here. Mindfulness and human consciousness is one of the biggest topics that I'm fascinated, and I think it goes hand to hand with psychedelic therapy. We live in a fast evolving society where technology is evolving and emerging every day. And for those who read books, Singularity is Near, I think it's not near, it's already here. And it puts a lot of pressure, mental pressure on society to adapt to this fast change. And I think psychedelic therapy is a new modality that can help people adjust and develop better consciousness and mindful lifestyle in the world.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And finally, Alex, so it's also very nice to have you here. And Alex, you're the founding director and managing director of the German High-Tech Venture Fund. And I know that you've invested in 900 companies in Germany, and you've basically been instrumental in creating the German high-tech venture landscape. So welcome, and just be curious to hear your thoughts also about this journey here.
Yeah, thank you very much. 20 years ago in Germany, after the dot-com bubble burst, there was almost no venture capital available, despite many good entrepreneurs. And what the government, together with industry, what they did, they said, well, we need to provide venture capital, and they set up High-Tech Gründer Fund. And I've been there for 19 years. We did almost 800 investments. And surprisingly, compared to what happened after 2000, we are very successful. And there's 3 levels where we are successful. We have many companies that strived well, that grew really big, companies that solved significant problems in many kinds of areas: medicine, technology, hardware, software. So many entrepreneurs could set up successfully with our initial funding their companies. The second level is the fund is successful. We have 2 billion under management, and we roughly, maybe a bit more, double the funds. So the investors get 2 billion profit over the various funds. And the third level, and I think it's the most important level, Germany, the German startup ecosystem became very successful. So it's not just us, but many others followed our lead. Business angels became investors. Many founders started their companies because they saw it's working. And what's most important, I think, for Bhutan, when I started the job 19 years ago, they said, Alex, don't do it because you're going to fail, because venture capital has failed in Germany. And I think that experience that we have made in Germany can be also made in Bhutan. And I think you, with your company, OTT, I think it's a perfect example that a scaling tech company can be set up out of Bhutan. And I've visited the startup center in Thimphu and saw a few startups, and I really think, even though there's no venture capital today in Bhutan, and there's very few entrepreneurs, there can be many more. So our example in Germany should be very encouraging for you to try to build a startup ecosystem.
Super, thank you very much. So, and let's actually now I want to be curious about you too. What is the ecosystem here in this room? So first of all, how many entrepreneurs are there in this room? Just put up your hands. Okay, so take a moment to look around, by the way. Look at your neighbors. Who's an entrepreneur here, okay? How many of you are venture capitalists? How many venture capitalists or people who invest are in this room, okay? It's also quite a few number, okay? The next question is, how many mindfulness practitioners are in this room? How many mindfulness practitioners? Okay, interesting. Okay. So I think we can happily say this is the world's largest ecosystem of mindfulness entrepreneurs, isn't it? Okay, so great.
And I think I'm not a mindfulness practitioner. I'm learning about it, especially here in Bhutan.
Not yet.
Not yet, exactly. But I understand that you need mindfulness to understand your customer's problem, to understand the people you would like to have work for the company, also maybe the competitors and the surrounding of your company. I think mindfulness is a prerequisite. It's necessary to successfully set up a company.
And I want to piggyback right on that. I think mindfulness is a most important component of successful entrepreneurship. To build a company takes a lot of energy and hard work. And one of the key components of successful company is to be able to attract successful, knowledgeable minds to come and work for you, to develop and build your company together with you. And that requires building a culture. And that culture has to appeal to those people to come and believe in you and work with you to build your product and your dreams.
Okay, so let's test this again. So I'm a scientist, by the way. I like evidence. So let's gather again the next bit of evidence here in this room. How many of you now that previously put up your hands are both mindfulness practitioners and entrepreneurs, or both mindfulness practitioners and venture capitalists? Okay, super. So those are the people who have experience in this topic. How many of you think that mindfulness is indeed important for your journey as an entrepreneur, as a venture capitalist? Okay. How many of you don't? I mean, please be honest. Don't be shy. It's fine to be honest. Okay. Okay, so of those people who have experience in both fields, 100% say it is important. So all of you who are not practicing some form of mind training, please look around you and ask those people why they think that is the case in the next 2 days, okay? Okay, let's go on with the infrastructure, the ecosystem, okay? So, and again, my first question is just to you, Alex, to just open up briefly. For an ecosystem of venture capital, ecosystem of entrepreneurship to function, what are some of the core ingredients that are necessary?
Obviously, one of the ingredients is capital, and the capital can be public or private. So what Germany did, there was an initial injection of capital in our fund. 94% of the first fund that we have is public money, and then we added some private money to that. I know capital is very scarce everywhere in the world, especially in Bhutan. But maybe for many companies, you don't need much capital. So maybe that's one impulse. But it's also know-how and knowledge. And Nima, what you're doing with your company, I think it's great. And you mentioned that you have a mentor who asked you. So for entrepreneurs, when they think they have a very good idea, they should be able to find people to talk to, experts, ideally former entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs, current entrepreneurs, to reflect the idea, to get advice, to get support, maybe psychological support, mental support, because it's really hard to set up a company. And then from there on, I think what really the best is successes. So if that person can make it, I can make it also. And we see that in sports, if there's a certain threshold being overcome after a while, and then others can follow that, bring the same performance. And then it also takes time. In Germany, it took at least 10 years until there was a vibrant ecosystem being built. We started 2005, and then 2015, the ecosystem was really working. So endurance, I think, is what you also need. So capital, knowledge, success stories, and endurance.
Okay, and I'm curious maybe just to ask now, experience, for example, maybe yourself more on, also as an entrepreneur, which of those factors, the capital, the knowledge, the endurance, or the success stories, was most important in your eyes, in your personal experience or in your eyes?
Okay, so I had a company 20 years ago, and I think the world was a bit different, but I think that if I were to rank the things that you need to have a good idea, and that's kind of from the side of entrepreneur. You need to have a good team. All of those things, I think everyone in the room and people in Bhutan can easily access. Funding is important. That's maybe the hardest part for small countries, but not the impossible part, especially if you have a good idea and a good team. I think that there's element of time. You need to kind of do the runway. And I think that there's some infrastructure that you need to have. There's infrastructure in the sense of you need to have some software or hardware if you need, or legal or accounting and so on. But you also have to have the resources that are mentally supporting you. And I think that maybe is the gap that the people in the room are looking for. Everything else was not surprising. The one thing that is kind of the X factor for entrepreneurs is you also need to have this mental resilience that you acquire, get to see from others and learn to adopt. And I think that is the thing that kind of a person in the room who says, I can never be an entrepreneur, needs to accept, and then they become one.
Okay, thank you. So those are important points. And maybe, Anna, do you want to comment on that too, in your experience?
Absolutely. And I think, as we are starting something, especially here together in Bhutan, what we're doing is creating a paradigm shift. And paradigm shifts are difficult. And we're creating something that, as multiple people before have said, has never, ever been done. And for that, we need role models, individuals who have done similar things, nobody has done quite like this, but role models. And what motivated those role models? What challenges did they overcome? How can these individuals be mentors and be guides for this process? That's number one. Number two is the capacity to overcome challenges both internally and externally. Internally, it's a capacity for resilience, a capacity to learn and adapt, as has been said. And externally, it's patience, because oftentimes with the paradigm shift, it takes time. And even though we might be ready, society and the culture may not be ready, so sometimes there's a timing to things, and we have to be precise and exact with that. So ultimately, when we are creating something really, really big, it's about finding your tribe, finding other people who have done things like that, and what Keith Ferrazzi said in the last panel, being able to set audacious goals and believe that you can make things happen no matter what, and have other people who encourage you in that.
Super. So, I think this is a very important part not to forget, and essentially, part of what we're doing here is talking about this human side of it. Okay, how do we ourselves keep our, resilience up? How do we keep focused on our goals? How do we, above all, keep this sense of connection to our vision? And I'm curious, maybe, if you want to say a little bit about that, Lisa. You have a social entrepreneurship vision. What you're doing is not just, you could say, a venture for yourself. How do you maintain your own connection to your vision and stick to it?
And thank you for asking. It's very difficult, and I think the word that comes to my mind is resilience. And confidence. You need a lot of confidence and mindfulness as well, because as a founder, as an entrepreneur, you deal with a lot of stress and problem solving on a daily basis. You report to your clients, you report to your investors, you figure out how to make this whole thing work together, and it creates a lot of chatter in your head. And sometimes, often you doubt yourself because we don't know what we're doing. Most of us, no one taught us what to do, and you have to man up and say, well, I started it because I believe in it, and I believe in myself, and I can do it. And just get up and have a tunnel vision and continue building what you believe in. And sometimes you're gonna fail, and it's important to be able to get up and pat yourself on the shoulder. And one of my practices, I wake up every morning and I, for 1 minute, say gratitudes to random things, like I'm grateful for water, I'm grateful for my son, whatever, it's something that comes to my mind. And for another minute, I say compliments to myself, and I compliment on my achievements, and it helps me to build a positive mindset, because often we find ourselves negative talking to ourselves, that, oh, I'm not good at this, there's someone else doing better than I am, more efficient than I am. And it is important to be able to be your own support system and not rely on others, and I find that practice very helpful.
I can maybe very quickly add, we looked at the most important property of a founding team, and it was the ability to pivot. And because in almost all cases, founders don't start in the perfect right direction. They start in the wrong direction, and then the ability to find the right direction, to change course and find the right direction is key. And what that means is you need to be able to recognize you're on the wrong path, and then to be resilient and to find the right path. And most founders that were very successful had many, many failures, small and bigger and maybe very big ones, before they became successful. So the ability to cope with failures and then stand up again and find the right direction, I think, is key.
And can I add something to that? Another thing that's been studied extensively in this context is, in addition to the ability to pivot, is learned optimism. And this is the work of Martin Seligman, who teaches that in times of difficulty, the people who are able to have a capacity for optimism, which is reframing the negatives in a way that actually enables them to keep going forward, as opposed to dwelling on the negatives, that capacity is something that can be learned, it's teachable, and it's a very powerful part of mindset that essentially can underlie all kinds of innovation. So in addition to pivoting, it's learning how to be optimistic, especially in the most difficult of times.
Yeah. Moran, do you also want to add to that? Or?
I was going to say that in my mind, the one thing that kind of overrides everything is the skill that anyone who's seeking to be an entrepreneur should have, is the ability to tell a story. I think more than passion, more than resilience, more than optimism, more than having a good team, I think that in our day and age, what differentiates the people who can raise the capital, who can get the team aligned and so on, is someone who can tell a good story.
We'll come back to that in a second. Let's give Nima a chance. So Nima, I'm curious now. You know, we've heard from Germany, we've heard from various experiments here. What's the reality, for you in terms of both access to the infrastructure, finances, teams, knowledge, success stories, and in terms of your sense of the internal qualities? What's your experience with that?
Until I became a founder of a startup, I didn't really realize that we were indeed living in a very mountainous country. Yeah. Because journey's always been about climbing one mountain after another. So in the last few years, I've climbed several mountains, and yet there is another big mountain ahead of me that I need to climb every time. The biggest challenge, I think, especially being in Bhutan as an entrepreneur, has been that we do have a lot of very bright minds, a lot of innovative solutions to some of the biggest problems that we face. But we do not have the entrepreneurial ecosystem. It's not robust. In fact, it is pretty much at the very nascent stages. So many young entrepreneurs, even successful entrepreneurs, many of the times, they're not able to scale up. And because they're not able to scale up, they die out. So this is the current reality, that as of now, we don't have a single unicorn from Bhutan. But does Bhutan have the potential to have unicorns? Yes, it does. With the right kind of ecosystem and the right kind of infrastructural setup and also the right kind of investment in knowledge, I do feel that Bhutan definitely has a potential to create unicorns here.
Can I just probe on that? So first of all, but I'd be curious to just probe on that a little bit, because of course it's challenging, yeah? And so when you say Bhutan has the potential, why? Why is it? Is it people's resilience? Is it people's interest in helping? What is it you think that is kind of the unique strength?
One thing I feel that's something very innate about Bhutanese is that we constantly look for solutions because we've always lived in this country where we have faced many challenges,
yes,
and by nature we are all very resilient. And the second thing is, I think in most Bhutanese, we don't really do things with profit in mind. The number one thing, I think, foremost is service. And how can what we do and what we create be of service to people around us? And how can we create communities or businesses that does not really mean success in terms of one individual success, but that success can be replicated in the whole ecosystem. So because we have that kind of approach, I do feel that entrepreneurs here are very mindful of what they do. And mindfulness is very much a part of the entrepreneurship mindset in Bhutan. So we already have the basics, of mindful practices in Bhutan. So all we need to do is really build a really good ecosystem that can support entrepreneurship in Bhutan. And I do feel that there is potential that Bhutan can produce businesses that may not just be solutions, to the world, that may not just be for right now, but even for the future.
Yeah. So I think that that's important, and I just want to summarize that for us. What I heard from you, because I think it's important to remember that for everyone. What I heard is resourcefulness. What I heard is a service orientation. What I heard is also a resilience. So resourcefulness in terms of flexibility, resilience. And I think above all, I heard collaborative. And I think that could be a very unique way of actually building an ecosystem, is to really be collaborative. And I think that's your experience, isn't it? At the moment, you're really helping each other in this whole process.
We couldn't have done SAMO, without the kind of collaboration that we had with the local creative industry. When we decided to start the startup and I reached out to young filmmakers and producers and actors, everybody jumped in. Everybody was fascinated with the idea that, we could have Bhutanese content available on a digital platform for audiences across the villages to watch, as well as, Bhutanese living all across the world. So that kind of made everybody say, let's do this together, and we were only here because our partners really helped us out in the process.
And I think maybe just before I give to you, Alex, what you said more, and I think is a very important point. I don't know if it's naturally the Bhutanese strength to tell a story, in the sense of a visionary, a business story. But I mean, we're seeing a perfect example here. So in some sense, we're seeing the perfect example of a story being told here about GMC. So I think that's perhaps something to work on.
So I think, first of all, Bhutan, the way I see it from visiting for a short time, has a story. Like people here, everyone I talk to, from the person in the hotel to the cab driver, they kind of have a story, and there's a narrative that they all come back to, whether it's the happiness metric, whether it's the kind of appreciation for the king. There are a lot of things that come back. So I think that there is kind of a coherent story. And I would say that the narrative of a small country that is kind of very much spiritual and so on lends itself well to a lot of the startup ideas in Silicon Valley right now. I think Silicon Valley very much loves all of those kind of spiritual ideas. It's like, the terms that we use are unicorns and angels and oracle and Lotus is a company. I mean, this ethos kind of went west without people noticing that. So in that sense, I think that they already adopted what you have to offer. It's just time to milk it and make it yours.
Super, thank you. And I think, Alex, you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add very quickly, I think Bhutan has some very unique assets that make it very attractive to become an entrepreneur, but also to sell products abroad. And one of that is the mindfulness, but also the harmony. You live together like within nature, also with the animals. You're not killing the cows, you're not eating the meat. And very wonderful nature, but also very healthy nature. So selling agricultural products, which is the largest industry to abroad, I think it gives very positive reception. Many of my friends, when I told them I'm going to Bhutan, they said, that's a wonderful country, I want to go also. So the image of Bhutan and the products coming out of Bhutan is very, very positive. So I think that's a very fertile ground to set up very many different successful companies. So I think it is a very good ground to be a successful entrepreneur.
And maybe just also to turn to you, Lisa, because I think the natural space for some of the innovation of Bhutan is very much in the health, mental well-being space. Okay? And what was your experience? Is that easy to innovate in that space? Are people very receptive to that? Would people be receptive to innovation from Bhutan in that space?
Very much so. When I saw the startup center in Thimphu, I met a company, they sold herbal massage balls, produced herbal massage balls, and they sold it to Germany. And the reception in Germany is very positive. It's natural, it's healing, it comes with a very positive image. And I think you can really realize a premium price in the European market for that. And I think, yes, the reception is very positive.
So maybe it was Elisa. You want
to? Thank you. Right before I came to Bhutan, I was working in a coffee shop, and I overheard a conversation of people talking about Silicon Valley and why is it so successful? Why does it attract so many people? And the woman said something that I wrote in my notebook. She said, it's the place where ideas meet less resistance. And I think for any country that wants to be innovative and successful, not only innovative, but generate revenues, it has to create a perfect environment where these ideas can flourish without many obstacles. And sounds like Bhutan is on the right way and path.
Super. Anna, do you want to add to that?
Yes, and I think another reason why the rest of the world is going to be very receptive to what Bhutan has to offer is we're moving within medicine and within a lot of other psychological, psychiatric practices to a mind, body, spirit model of the mind, whereas before in much of medicine, psychology, it was a very mind, in psychiatry, mind and brain, and in medicine, brain and body, the soul and spirit really was absent. And the fact that Bhutan is such a soul and spirit-based city with mindfulness, with a lot of spiritual practices, this I think is going to be very well received with the paradigm shift that's currently happening in much of the rest of the world with respect to health and healing.
Yeah, so I think, and this again is an important point, Bhutan has a very strong brand. And of course, it could be very clever as a general overall ecosystem strategy for innovation Bhutan, for the things that are innovated to support that brand, to be around products which actually support that, because that, of course, will have a multiple, feedback loop for that, okay? And maybe just before we go to the questions, and I'll have questions for each of you still, I just want to summarize what I heard, because I think it's important to kind of summarize this. So I think we heard that there's very concrete things that an ecosystem needs. And realistically, there has to be that being built on the system-wide with the support of the government, okay? And then, of course, once you have that, the basic ecosystem in terms of whether it's the finances in place, whether it's the laws that are in place, we didn't talk so much about the legal laws, but it's also the pool of people, certainly attracting Bhutanese successful people from overseas to share their stories is very important to come back. So that's the infrastructure side. We spoke about the human side, where you have a lot of strength to really support those. And then I think overall on the brand side, this collaborative is a very important thing, actually, to really help each other in the kind of building up this ecosystem and being kind of in line with the brand Bhutan to make sure that what is innovated, what is supported in, what is invested in, strengthens the brand of Bhutan, okay? So before we go to the questions, let's do a vote here. How many of you feel, and I'll ask 3 questions in terms of your degree of confidence, okay? How many of you feel a high degree of confidence that Bhutan can be successful in the next 10 years in building a thriving, collaborative, perhaps mindful, entrepreneurial ecosystem? And please be realistic. You don't have to so that's a lot of hands who feel very confident, okay? That's a great testament to what's already going on here. How many people have, some confidence, but have question marks, are not sure, okay? And please, it's very honest. Don't hide your voices, okay? When people get too caught up in the hype, it doesn't work. So keep your hands up. And who has real doubts? Who has real doubts, concerns that this won't work? Okay, not so many. It's also hard to maybe do that in public now. But I want to just encourage that. I think there's a danger, of course, that we all are inspired. We carry on with echoing the story of inspiration. But you have to be very realistic. And I think in that sense, I want to come back to, before I open the questions, to remind us that training the mind to perceive reality accurately is actually the core principal practice of Buddhism. Okay? It is not about happiness in some sense. It's not about feeling well. It's fundamentally about an accurate perception of reality. Okay? So I really want to encourage all of you that are not practitioners, perhaps the Bhutanese who are not practitioners, please rediscover the practice. It is transformative. Okay? Okay, so let me now go to some questions. I'd like to maybe start this with a question about access to finance. Okay, so access to finance has been a problem in Bhutan. How would the establishment of a public innovation fund address this issue? And perhaps I'll turn to you, Alex, to just kind of suggest, maybe sketch an outline of how this could happen.
Yeah, I think if there's a mainly a full public fund, I think there should be a clear strategy. There should be a clear strategy what kind of companies they should fund, what kind of ticket sizes there would be. And then there should be a very unbureaucratic, very performance-orientated approach to give entrepreneurs the chance with some very, maybe even small initial funding. And then, of course, there should be a error tolerance, because the challenge with investing is the failures come before the large successes come, because the successes take more time. And I think public money is great, and our experience is very positive, but it also should, as much as possible, include private money in the fund, or maybe alongside when making an investment. And then I think performance orientation and non-political decision criteria, but performance-oriented decision criteria, but then also the top management, the leadership support for innovation and for startups. I think that's the mixture that's necessary.
Okay, super, thank you very much. And then maybe actually to you, as the next question, Lisa. It's not always easy. I mean, I think many people have a misunderstanding about things like compassion, mindfulness, that they're love and light, and business is tough. What do these two have to do with each other? But what is it like to try to build a business which has some degree of, you could say, spirit or intention to help and to maintain that? Is that easy? Is that possible? So how do you actually question is specifically, how do you work with investors who do not maybe share that?
Well, it's not easy. Building business is not easy. But building mindful business is very fulfilling and rewarding, to see success stories, to read success stories of our students who become practitioners and work with those who need support in mental health is truly fulfilling, and makes me sometimes, when I doubt myself, to get up and continue doing what I do. And to my benefit, there's a lot of investors that are looking to make impactful investments, not only for the short term, but they're big believers and need for transformational change in mental health care and also in humanity as a whole, and willing to invest and take risk in that sector.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Nima, a question to you is, what are 3 things that you hope to see in the next 3 years that will give you confidence that this journey will be successful?
Definitely a more robust ecosystem. A space for startups to really thrive in Bhutan. And also more partnerships with and more networking opportunities with startups from around the world. And maybe to start with, at least regionally.
Yeah, so I think that's very important, is actually to bring existing startups. One of the things we discussed as well is to identify successful startups somewhere around the world and actually entice them to come locate in Bhutan. That'll be crucial, because they'll already be connected to the venture capital world, they're already connected to the talent world, and they can kind of act as a real suction for that. Super.
And I think that point is important, because it can be included in the Mindfulness City project, because the Mindfulness City obviously could be very attractive for foreign, but also for national startups. Yeah. Maybe even the proximity to India could help, because India has a very, very strong startup ecosystem. And India had, 2008, they had like less than 10 venture capitalists, and today they have more than 1,000. So it's also a very good example how an ecosystem can develop. It's a different country, it's close, you have good relationships, but I think including it in the mindfulness city is a huge opportunity.
And maybe more, and I think it's really important also to have a voice of caution. What are your concerns when you look into this pathway? Do you see any concerns, things that you would see as warning signs?
Concerns about
the journey of kind of building this culture, building an ecosystem? Are there things that you would be concerned about if you were kind of invited to be involved in that, for example?
No, I feel there shouldn't be any concern. I think that the only kind of reasons I think that it's maybe taking time is because it hasn't been done much before, so there's a little bit of fear of being the first. And I think that this kind of, I grew up in Israel, which is a very kind of entrepreneurial country and very similar to Bhutan in many dimensions. It's small, people know each other, it doesn't have a lot of resources, so you have to kind of rely on tech and so on. In that sense, I think I remember the time before the high tech was booming in Israel, there was a fear. People just didn't know how it's going to work. Once it started, it engulfed the entire country very fast.
Super, thank you very much. And Anna, our time is short, so maybe the last 30 seconds, a comment from you just to close.
Absolutely. We are just so thrilled to be here, and it would be such an honor to be a part in building this new mindfulness city with you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share our thoughts, and thank you, Chris, for being a wonderful moderator.
Super, thank you. So I just want to say final words just as we close. We talked a lot about, we heard the words pragmatism today and idealism. And I think traditionally, pragmatism is keeping your feet on the ground, reality. Idealism is keeping your heart awake. And I want to just make this connection to Buddhism or Vajrayana Buddhism. When you keep your feet on the ground and your heart awake, then there's a chance that blessings descend. And it is the blessings that actually bring life to a situation, okay? And many entrepreneurs say that in the end, there's some luck involved, but you can call luck, and that's auspicious coincidence. So we wish all of you auspicious coincidence in doing that, and we give the honorary title of the Chief Mindful Innovation Officer of Bhutan to His Majesty. So we have to give him that title in his absence now. So thank you.
Everybody here has earned a 20-minute coffee break. But just before you go to have your delicious coffee, I want to tell you about two things that will be of huge interest to you. The first
Welcome back, everybody. I know everyone's still rejoining us from the coffee break, but I wanted to get started to give our wonderful panelists plenty of time to answer all of our questions. This panel is Art and People, Building a Livable City. A rich tradition of Himalayan Buddhist arts and crafts is deeply woven into the daily life of Bhutanese people. You can see it in the paintings, the sculptures, crafts found in homes, temples and public spaces. I mean, here is a prime example of that, isn't it? All making sure that they reflect Bhutan's spiritual values, where art is a means of mindfulness and compassion. Unlike in many developed countries where art is often separated from everyday life and housed in museums or galleries and kids told not to touch, at least mine have been anyway when I've taken them to galleries. Bhutanese art really is a living expression of the country's cultural and spiritual identity. So as Bhutan grows and develops its cities, what role can art play in creating more mindful, livable urban environments? I'm delighted to discuss this, to be joined by sculptor Anthony Gormley. Hi, Anthony. Architect Maya Lin, welcome. And urban planner Jonathan Rose, welcome to you all. Great to have you here with us this afternoon. So let's start off by, if each of you could start by telling us a little about how you see your work connecting to the challenges and opportunities in Bhutan. Anthony.
Hello, Your Majesty. You're absent at the moment, but distinguished guests, fellow artists. I hope there are some fellow artists out there.
Put your hand up if you're an artist in the audience.
How many artists? Good. Oh, yes. Because it's really important that we're part of this. And I think it's just so wonderful to come to this extraordinary, for so many of us, this is our first visit. And immediately it's inspiring because the nap, the warp and the weft of what is made by human hands here is so full of love and creativity. I just think that art should be an instrument of this transformation, but it should also embody the transformation. Now, how do you do that while respecting, as it were, the collective communal values of this extraordinary nation? I think that's the challenge. But I'm just very aware that we can teach Bhutan nothing about integrating art into daily life. I mean, that is how life expresses itself in the end. It is art that is the means of expression of life. And when I think of that 173-foot high Guru Rinpoche in the east of Bhutan, I think this is an example. I mean, those great Buddhas, the Buddhist, in a way, philosophy has created some of the largest images of ourselves. We are a species that has had to make images of ourselves in order to understand ourselves. But that icon of the Guru Rinpoche is, as it were, history. How do we do the same thing in a time of modernity or post-modernity? How do we allow art to be owned by everybody? How can we allow art to be, as it were, an expression of collective values? That, in many ways, is absolutely the antithesis of a kind of Western modern idea of the artist as the prime example, really, of the freedom of the individual to express him or herself. Well, I guess that my best answer to that is the project that will open on Friday at 2 o'clock, if any of you are free, in Thimphu, which is His Majesty asked if I would make it work. I just said, no, this is the first roundabout as you come in to Thimphu. It'll be the first object you see in coming into the capital city of Bhutan. It has to be made by somebody who has lived in Bhutan or who is Bhutanese. So we had a competition, and Suzuki-san, a Japanese artist who lives in Thimphu, won it. Are you here, Suzuki-san? He's keeping very quiet. But anyway, we've made it. And on Friday, it will be inaugurated by their majesties. I think of this as in a way, an indicator of the royal imperative to make art part of this transformative,
Can you describe it for us, for those of us who might not get the opportunity to see it, then we'll be gone by Friday?
Well, it's called, the work is called Living in English. I think in Bhutanese it's a much more poetic translation. But it's basically a stone mound that is more or less a pure arc of a sphere. And from that, 8 copper beaten bowls, the largest of which is 3.5 or 3.7 meters, rise up to a height of, I better do it in feet, 17 feet. And it will be, His Majesty wanted a big phallus, because the phallus is, for the Bhutanese culture, a sign of prosperity, of happiness, of potential. But this is a large, erect, vertical image made in, I think, the Buddhist concept of reincarnation. But it's gilded, it will catch the light of the sun, it will respond to the changing conditions of day and night, winter, summer, spring and autumn. Anyway, collaboration for me, collaboration between artists and patrons, collaboration between citizens and, in a way, this emergent new form of living. Well, we've got to have artists in the mix.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you. Maya, if you can remember the question, how do you see your work connecting to the challenges and opportunities here in Bhutan?
I actually think I came here because I've been so excited because Bhutan has
Sorry,
been...
hold the microphone a bit closer.
Bhutan has been one of the absolute leaders in commitment to protecting and restoring nature. I think we live in a world where so many of us do not have that opportunity to be surrounded by the type of wondrous beauty of the natural world. And I actually feel that in my art, I always feel that whatever I do can never compare to what nature is, that it has been the source and context for most all of my work, whether it's art or architecture. And I think there's a sensitivity that is found when you live and grow up in nature that has become very, very rare. So part of me would be very interested in how, as Bhutan opens up, how does it maintain its balance between old and new, between all the craft traditions and art traditions. What is very interesting about Bhutan is the 13 realms within creativity are all equal. Now, in a Western world, we definitely have had hierarchies. I grew up Athens, Ohio. My dad was Dean of Fine Arts. I was weaving, I was silversmithing. There were no distinctions in our household. What was art, what was fine art, what was architecture, it was all creative. And I think that is a key to the creativity and aesthetics of this area that I would again be, being very site specific, just something that really gives this culture something extremely unique. And I hope that they don't lose that sense of self and almost follow what is the Western model, which is sort of the architects up here, and maybe if you're lucky, they call in the artist at the end and go, here's this little plaza, put something there, because art has an absolute ability to be a catalyst for change. And if you think about what an artist can do, which is out of the box thinking, might not be that logical. It might involve chaos. It might be something personal. It just could be individual, or it could be something that's very collaborative. You really want to engage in the true spirit of mixing the arts and crafts traditions with everyone coming to the table together and nobody really knowing what might come of that sort of creative interaction and collaboration. So I'll second this incredible power of collaboration which is here.
Thank you. Jonathan.
Stephanie, well, it's wonderful to be here, and collaboration and participation. So I've been very privileged to be part of the leadership of the review of the structure plan. That's the master plan for the capital city of Thimphu. And that's a city which has fallen out of balance with its natural systems and has, in some cases, been overwhelmed by a new commercial reality, a new kind of energy. And so the structure plan is a very serious attempt to recalibrate the city, its relationship with nature, its relationship with the cultural legacies, the cultural practices of the people in the city, and indeed to integrate the role and actions of artists. So, I mean, the role of artists is critical to this. And, you know, they're the pioneers. They are, at their best, the pioneers, the activists, and active change makers. So the role of artists, and artisans. I'm an architect. I think of myself first as an artisan, not as some kind of superego, quite the opposite, but an enabler for change. So we're looking at the capital city and how that city can adapt and innovate into the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. Can you tell us a little bit about how Buddhism has influenced your approach to creating public art and what role you believe art can play in awakening consciousness in urban spaces? Anthony.
I think for me it was a realization that somehow sculpture of its essence is still and silent, but that actually it can, if placed in the flow of daily life, be an opportunity to move. First of all, you inspect this object and you walk around it. And in walking around it, you begin to think. And maybe in thinking, you identify certain feelings. And I think that all came from, well, I think the first abstract body that I ever saw was a Buddhist image. A wonderful, Tara that is in the British Museum, that is part of the Asian collection, that, is entirely based on, you could say, abstract principles. The idea that, for instance, the distance between your chin and your hairline, this is very different from any kind of Vitruvian idea of human proportion, goes into your body 10 times. Anyway, the abstract body, so far as I'm concerned, comes and belongs to East Asian art. And it influenced me absolutely fundamentally that this was possible. We could think about the body not as a thing, not as a kind of narrative opportunity to be a kind of an idealized form in a narrative or a portrait, that you could think about the body as a place of dwelling. And if I think about the Guru Rinpoche effigy in eastern Bhutan, that it is at a scale where actually it is a place, it is a building, you can enter it. Anyway, Buddhism has been an enormous influence on the way that I think that somehow art can be a reflexive instrument.
Okay, thank you. Maya.
I don't think I've ever really been exposed that much to any religion or way of thinking, but in the way I was brought up, I realize in hindsight, Taoism and Buddhism were very much a part of my mother's thinking and my upbringing. How does that relate to where I am now? this idea that connecting us to the natural world is sort of the basis for what I want to do. I keep going back to when we're children, we look at everything. And we look at things for the first time and we're in awe. And the older we get, the more we stop looking because we already think we know it. So we don't look at a rock anymore because we know what a water-worn rock looks like. So I will try to actually get you to stop, maybe surprise you. What is it that I'm looking at? So that you, as an adult, begin to see something again for the first time. And I think maybe, just maybe, that idea that you're in that present and you're lost in it again and it's fresh is a type of mindfulness, I hope, that relates back. The other thing is, in a lot of my works, I like to present a fact or an experience, but I don't want to didactically tell you what to think. I'm just gonna put it out there and allow the viewer to complete the work, which I think might be more closely related to Taoism than Buddhism. But again, I think these are all things that I basically grew up with as a child, and I think they have very much played a part in what my creativity is.
Okay, thank you. Jonathan.
Stephanie, well, so a livable city, a mindful city. So there's no question that architecture is the product of devotional work here. Material culture is spiritual culture. And so these things are completely integrated. And I think that there is huge opportunity into the future to see how that can remain part of the core dimension of the city. People's engagement with it, people's participation in it, and people's enjoyment of it. So Buddhism is fundamental to the mindful and livable city.
Okay, thank you. And how do you see art being used as a tool to inspire environmental mindfulness and action within a city?
I think that, I'd like to think that a work of art is an imaginative invitation. Can we look at the world like this, or through this, or with this? And I absolutely agree with what Maya was saying, that in a sense, what you want a work to do is to make one aware, I am here now. And if it's working at all, it will make you connect with the greater than human world. You'll be, through the agency of this still object that becomes a register of everything that is changing around it, you become more aware of the sky and the earth and everything that moves between it. And I think that's what art is for. Art is there to make us feel more alive. It's a strange thing. It's a weird alchemy. Art is literally a catalyst. What is the definition of a catalyst? An inert material that causes a reaction. If art can do that and allow us within our daily lives to suddenly realize the miracle of being alive, then it's doing its job. And I think that's, maybe this is romantic, maybe this is wishful thinking, but I see it here embodied in this building, in this very building that has only been here for a handful of years or less. Well, actually, it's only been finished for just over a year. But you go up to the upper courtyard and into that building where there are monks making sand mandalas, and then into that amazing room where all of the medicine herbs of Bhutanese medicine are on display. And every square centimeter of those walls has been painted with extreme care and concentration, and it makes you attend and be and live in those rooms with exactly that same care and concentration.
Thank you, Maya.
Thank you, Anthony. That's beautiful. I'll give one very specific instance. It was right after COVID, cities were beginning to open up. I had been asked to install a work in Madison Square Park, And I had decided, because I normally do very large permanent works, it took me about 7 years to figure out something that could go in quickly and come out just as quickly. And where I summer in Colorado, a tree will turn orange, one tree. And within 3 years, the entire stand has died off due to beetle kill. So I'm looking outside my window and I go, I would like to bring a ghost forest to the middle of Manhattan. And of course, being very site-specific, it had to be a ghost forest related to New York City. So sadly, the Atlantic cedars and the pine barrens of New Jersey are being killed off by saltwater inundations. So one evening, we started moving in 50-foot high, tall Atlantic cedars that had been victims of climate change, and we planted them. We planted them in sort of the winter when the leaves weren't on the tree, and they weathered through an entire season. And they were supposed to come out in November when the leaves would be off, but of course with climate change, the leaves were still very much on the tree. But we not only brought attention to what climate change is doing to forests around the world, we tracked our entire carbon footprint for 3 years to make the piece. It was 6 tons. And I worked with the Madison Square Conservancy and the Natural Parks Conservancy. We planted 1,000 trees and shrubs throughout the 5 boroughs, which they calculated would offset our emissions tenfold within 10 years. So I think we had many public programs of which we kicked it off with nature-based solutions to climate change. So my attitude is I didn't want to just make you aware of what we're losing without showcasing what can be done. And again, my emphasis is nature-based solutions to climate change. I do have an environmental initiative called What is Missing, which raises awareness about species loss and links it to habitat degradation and loss. Effectively, we can save 2 birds with 1 tree if we incorporate nature-based solutions, reforming ag, reforming ranching, reforming forestry, and reforming fisheries. We can also save biodiversity. So I think that's one very simple instance of how artists such as me are not just making you aware of what we're losing, but many artists are getting involved in collectives, in farming collectives, in buying back land in the Amazon by selling artworks. And I think you begin to see a huge movement afoot within the art world to actively engage and become an activist.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So, well, in the capital city, Bhutan's cities are small relative to others around the world. But with this rapid urban process, the natural environment is being compromised and damaged. And so we're in the process of very quickly trying to transform this river corridor through Thimphu, the capital city, into a series of royal parks. His Majesty's vision for a series of connected public spaces, new landscapes for people to enjoy at community level, at a civic and urban level, and to come together and essentially, well, to come together for festivals, for smaller scale events, and for just everyday recreation and enjoyment. So that's happening now, and Anthony talks about the sculpture at the south of the city, and we're just opening, it's just been opened, the first next step in the Changyol, it's called Changyol Park, and we're here to begin to look at 3 other interconnected parks, which will open up a new public realm and recover the natural environment within the very base of the city. That's part of a bigger picture, which is about rebalancing the city overall, the development of the city within the natural systems, particularly the stream courses, some of which have been compromised, and in flood events and storm events, we see some of the damage caused, so easily caused. And so this is not only about human life within the city, but it's also about the resilience of the city overall. So it works at both levels, adding value at every level.
And Jonathan, tell us about how designing spaces like the crematorium in Thimphu can change the way that people interact with the concept of death and also public contemplation in life.
Yeah, so that's a particularly special thing, and we're at the very early stages. Together with a distinguished client team, we have a phenomenal client team between the monk's body, the Druksung, venerated teachers within that and experts, His Majesty's Office, and indeed the Dzongkhag, the overall civil leader for that district. But the point of death and the transition, not just the point, the transition out of life, of course, is fundamental to Guru Rinpoche's teaching, and this is a place where that is lived in everybody's aspiration and root philosophy. So the point of death, of course, is the point where we realize our precious human life and the impermanence of that and the value of that, and that's a very important part. It's absolutely perhaps the most important civic and community space within the city. Now, of course, in an agrarian context, cremations have happened in local villages, in special places, under the governance of the special Mithrup Lakang, the specialized part of the monk's body, which helps guide the person, the family, through this transitionary process. So that's happened au nature, it's in nature, it's at the edge of the village, it's in a special place. But in a city, this really hasn't been resolved yet. And so we're looking from first principles at how the community, the urban communities, the growing urban communities, can benefit from this teaching, and it can be integrated into everybody's life, from the youngest child to the eldest person. And this is one of the very special ways in which people come together at a moment of profound importance in the life cycle, together to support one another and to be in nature as well. So the urban environment is not a good setting for this, and so we want to return that experience to a natural setting, and indeed a more dignified and gentler and more dignified process.
Okay, thank you. And Jonathan, you mentioned younger people. How do you all see Bhutan's younger generation engaging both contemporary issues, traditional values, and how they can perhaps use art to help navigate them through this?
Well, it was incredibly inspiring for us to go and see, well, the fact that the Royal Academy here is encouraging people to look at new technologies, but also to get them to think about the environment and look, for example, at electricity use or look at the night sky. I haven't actually seen the art room at the Royal Academy, but I'm sure that there is one. And it's wonderful to see how the art show here is integrated into the whole forum. I think the real nub of this problem is that if Buddhism really doesn't believe in the eternal soul, it might not also believe in the idea of self-expression in the Western modernist sense. If you think about the most successful artists of the last 100 years, on the whole, they have all been unique individuals. I think that Bhutan has a lot to offer, actually, the evolution of the art of our time with another model, which maybe has to do with collaboration, has to do with a more open and inquiring attitude to how art might respond to the world. And rather than it being an artist here and a model there and I'm thinking of a Francis Bacon painting, an image here made from this distance, something that is grown on site in conversation with place and with people. And well, I think that starts at school. It starts with as has been mentioned a little bit in this conference, the idea that actually school as this opportunity to get a kind of cellar of knowledge that you then kind of use to fuel your life has to be replaced by something else, which is how we learn to learn, how we use curiosity to actually, yeah, we all have these external brains that contain the availability of, yeah, the entire thought world of our species. We have to think of education in a completely different way in a cyber age. And that begins, I think, at a very young age, and it has to be about creativity. It has to be about, in a way, learning how to play with knowledge as much as to possess knowledge. And that begins very, very young, and it has to begin at school, and it has to begin, in a way, by playing with your neighbor. And there's a slight worry in my view that in a sense, there's still a notion of achievement, and I think this is well seen in a way in Southeast Asian cultures that you go to school in order, in a way, to get the qualification, and once you've got the qualification, you can get the job. Art doesn't work like that, and I think art at a young age, if it allows for a significant other, people with power and in a way, the teacher, to take something that a young person has made seriously, that comes out of them rather than from a book. This is the seed out of which a kind of new culture can grow. And I'm just making a plea here for, I mean, we have a culture in Britain where creativity at school has been consistently undervalued in favor of literacy and numeracy. And yet I feel that we have lost an unbelievably important part of what it means to be human if we undervalue play and we undervalue creativity as a form of, in a way, connection one to other, a form of conversation. And anyway, this is a plea for Bhutan to keep creativity and making things, originating things, the power and the, well, that sense of, I have brought something into the world that wasn't here before, that you can do at any age, that gives, I think, a sense of pleasure, of pride, and of purpose. And I would like to see that integrated into the Academy. And I haven't been to the art room yet, but I want to go.
Okay, thank you. Maya?
I think we evolve. I think art is, or should be, as much a reflection of our time, where you can still balance old and new, tradition, and I'm not going to say modernity, but creativity. And I think we accept that we're not living with ancient agrarian technology. We accept we're not living with back when there were no phones. And I think art too can evolve and be a reflection of a more modern times. I think there is an opening and engagement, but I also think that a lot of what is part of the tradition and craft and building will always and should always be a part of the culture, but that doesn't mean someone of a younger generation isn't going to say, okay, I'm going to riff off of it a different way, and I'm going to play with it a different way. And I think that is where Bhutan is at a very important point. This conference is an opening up, and again, there's going to be dialogue, and there's going to be a back and forth. And I think it's not just a back and forth between what is Western versus Eastern, it's also a back and forth between old and new, and who someone is today growing up in Bhutan versus someone, say, 1,000 years ago. And I think the arts also want to experiment and be that voice of their own generation.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful, Maya. So I'm going to put the flag up for another type of creative practice, and that's to do with storytelling and music. We've spoken about material culture and the visual realm, but and I'm lucky to be aware that there's a fantastic rising generation here who are very skillful in making music and in making modern interpretations, or we're beginning to explore how to build on the legacies, the inherited storytelling legacies of this place, and begin to adapt those and project them into the world. So I think there's a huge opportunity here in terms of continuity, but also innovation in how those stories are told, how they're projected through film, through other active participatory processes as well. So let's remember the ear consciousness as well as the visual realm.
Okay, thank you. That's fabulous. So let's take some questions from the audience now. And this one covers some of the issues we've talked about, but a little bit different. When we talk about a livable city for people through art, what are your thoughts on the essence of art in realizing the inner beauty of the people living in the city? Maya?
I think you could, I always think a site, I'm very site specific. I think when you visit a site, you're not just looking at a physical site ever. You are always looking at the cultural context of the site, and you're getting to know it. And you're going to, again, you're creating a dialogue with a place and its people. And I find so much information and depth in getting to know a place and its people.
I couldn't agree more. I think that a site is a social context as much as it is a geographical position. And I just think that the potential of art to, I'm thinking now of maybe a work that people know best of mine, The Angel of the North. This was the making, in a way, of a modern totem. Because Gateshead was unknown, we made a work that, established. It was literally like putting a flag on a map for a community that had been pretty well ignored. And it's absolutely an extraordinary thing. I couldn't have made it if I hadn't found the shipwrights who were able to bend ship plate, that understood the function of a ship and how it was made of ribs and then a surface material, which we turned inside out. But the extraordinary thing about that work was that, it then became this regeneration of the identity of the Northeast and particularly of Gateshead. Here was something that was made together that gave them a face and said, we're here, this is what we have made, we have a belief in our future. This, in a way, this work became a kind of transitional object that allowed them to make their way from an industrial to an information age. And I think that it couldn't have happened without collaboration, but also it was a way of putting an imaginative object into a functional context that suddenly gave it another layer of meaning or another layer of experience. And it works because of this mound, the mound that was made out of the destroyed pithead baths and winding station that had been so much a feature of that landscape and had been totally destroyed, so that memory had gone. And now that the work is there, well, there's something magic about people just walking. It is the skyline that you see from the main road that passes by. You see people walking up this, the cusp of the mound with the horizontal of the top of the wings above them. And there's a sense in which this work has become a way in which I think people identify their own lives, root it to place, but also think about the future. And I think that's a job that art can do. I mean, in the same way that in Vancouver, those extraordinary Haida totem poles talk about the ancestor, about your totem animal, about, in a way, your heritage. And this is something that actually modernity hasn't had very much to do with. We don't have, I mean, this is a kind of pre-modern idea of art's function within society. But I see that still alive here, and I can see it with, immense potential for contribution to the transformation of Bhutan.
Thank you. Jonathan, did you want to add to that?
The inner beauty of people in Bhutan,
Yeah.
how it's revealed. So I think we have that in all our experiences here. It's phenomenal. I mean, it is about people coming together. It is about community vitality. It's about the engagement and the joyful coming together of people. And that could be at a picnic, it could be a walk, it could be to come together to practice moments of seriousness, reflection. But I think a livable and happy city is one which provides the right conditions for that and allows people to come together spontaneously, to play, to find identity together. And I think that was mentioned at the very beginning of the day, that our Western model of or our developed model, so-called development model of individual happiness is of course a complete illusion. This is one can only achieve happiness through one's interrelationship with others, one's empathy with others, and a livable and innovative city should provide as many opportunities as possible for that to happen.
So let me ask you this just briefly, because we've only got a couple of minutes left, but it picks up on that. How should the mindfulness city embrace architecture and artistic diversity without losing its theme? Or I suppose its heart, its core. Without losing its essence. The mindfulness city is, it's all about change and...
Well, it's got to be rooted. I mean, this is a question of continuity and change, and Maya and Anthony have spoken about that as well. And I think, here we are in a brand new zone where there's enormous continuity of processes and the product, the things that are achieved out of it. But I think, so innovation happens when you have robust foundations. I think you end up with kind of chaos if you just let things happen in a completely a mindless way, essentially. So I think that so it's really a question for Bhutan, for every young person rising into a responsible role, for every mature person helping to guide that process. We have to find ways in which innovation arises out of robust and strong foundations.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan, Maya, and Anthony, so much. I'm sure we all feel uplifted and look forward to, and we can all continue experiencing more of this wonderful art that Bhutan has to offer. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
guess we are beginning again. I'm not going to introduce these esteemed panelists, but I invite you to read about them. I am going to read the discussion questions that are in the app because I think they stretch the canvas for this conversation. We're not going to get to all of this or solve any of it. But I think these are useful questions to have in front of us. How can Bhutan strike a balance between economic growth and preserving its cultural and environmental identity in a rapidly globalizing world? How can Bhutan leverage the principles of gross national happiness to develop an economy that is inclusive and sustainable in the face of modern challenges like income inequality and climate change? What lessons can Bhutan learn from other countries that have attempted to build alternative economic models grounded in well-being rather than GDP? How can Bhutan develop a regulatory framework and economic system that supports both local economic growth and integration into the global economy without compromising its unique identity? And I think everyone here is working on looking at, it has a global lens into these kinds of questions, what is being learned, best practices. I find this question of other models, other countries that have attempted to build alternative economic models grounded in well-being rather than GDP intriguing, because I'm not aware of another country that is doing it to the extent that Bhutan has attempted. So what we're going to do is start, Eric and Rebecca will speak to us about the perspective they have on these questions and their way into what we're talking about when we talk about a mindful economy and what we are learning, what is being learned in various places about how that might function. And Jonathan also, his way in, and he's going to bring in the language of a moral economy. I want to start with Karma, and who has been observing and participating and receiving the benefits of Bhutan's great experiment of gross national happiness for 40 years. And we're going to come back to you. And also I want to say my hope for this panel is that, that I want all of you to ask questions of each other, that we get to have some conversation and have a conversation that builds a bit in this short time. But Karma, would you just, as we begin, give us kind of a succinct working definition, as you understand it, of what we're talking about when we talk about a mindful economy.
So just before we begin, can we have a little more volume in the monitors? It's very hard, so we can hear each other better.
More yeah.
Volume in the monitors,
Yeah.
please.
I don't know. You're having trouble hearing me? I wonder if it's because I have this mic. No, it's... Okay.
I think the...
So can we...
You're good. It's better.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Krista. I think different people will have different meanings that they give to mindful economy. And for a Bhutanese, I think a mindful economy is one that just does not focus solely on economic development and material prosperity, but an economy that also takes into account other values that are very important to the Bhutanese. And so for us, Bhutanese, good governance is very important because this ensures that the resources of the country are used for the benefit of the people of the country. And also, the benefits of economic progress are shared with all sections of society. Second is, of course, preservation of culture and tradition, because this forms the basis of our national identity. And third, as a Buddhist nation, we believe that all sentient beings are important, and therefore it is very important to protect their environment also. And so these four areas actually form the four pillars of gross national happiness, which is our own economic development philosophy. And we feel that GNH actually is a very holistic and sustainable development model. And so according to the Bhutanese, I think a mindful economy would be one that shares the same values as gross national happiness or GNH.
Okay. So Eric, I'm intrigued that you also, I mean, mindful economy is the language you use, but also this language of market humanism. So, yeah, would you just share with us some of what you're seeing and learning and studying?
Yeah, thank you, Krista. At first, it might seem strange to have the words mindful and economy in the same sentence, but when you think about it, it's actually quite natural. Economies are social constructs. They are actually made by our minds. The historian Yuval Noah Harari has a nice phrase, they're imagined orders. Economics is not physics. Whether we believe in quantum mechanics or have theories about it or not has no impact on how the universe works. But what we believe in our theories and ideas about the economy actually shape how the economy actually works. And the ideas that have been underpinning the Western global model of capitalism have, to be fair, a very mixed record. On the one hand, they've led to levels of global of prosperity and material progress in many nations, but they have serious flaws, which everyone here is very well aware of: inequality, impacts on social cohesion, and ecological destruction. So if we can change our thinking on the economy, we can actually change the economic system. Now, it's not just as simple as changing it in our minds. What happens in our minds then has to go into our practice, in our government policies, in our corporate governance, and how companies are run, and in how people behave in the economy. But the good news is we're getting much clearer on what the flaws are in our current system and what a new system might look like. The Western model is built on a set of ideas, the origins in the 19th century, around individualism, selfishness, greed is good, and that the pursuit of material pleasure and consumption is the purpose of the economy. It's also built on a systems idea that the economy is kind of like a machine, an efficient machine. Markets are efficient and so on. And it's also built on an idea that the economy is separate from the rest of society and the environment. But we can see an alternative model that looks at human beings as they actually are, what modern science tells us humans are, and what Buddhist traditions tell us humans are, that we're highly social creatures, that our happiness is intertwined with others, and that there's more to life than just buying the next thing at Walmart. It also takes a systems perspective, that the economy is more like an ecology, a web of cooperation and networks within networks, and that it is deeply intertwined with the environment and with society. And when we start thinking that way, we get a very different view of how the economy could and should work, from greed is good to cooperation is good, from that the value of something is just its market price to the value of something is how it impacts the well-being of people, consistent with the G&H philosophy. That the duty of corporations is to, from the duty of corporations is just to maximize profit to the duty of corporations is to solve problems for society. And that the role of government also is very different. And here's a point where I think it's relevant to the experiments going on here in Bhutan, which is in the traditional Western paradigm, often the role of government is seen in competition with the market. You interfere in the market, you make it less efficient, so you only do that if there's some cost-benefit trade-offs. This new and different view is that markets are evolutionary systems, they're evolving systems, and government plays an important role in shaping that evolution in three ways, and I'll finish with this point. One is evolving toward what? What's the purpose? What do you want the company, what do you want the economy, what do you want markets to do? And here, Bhutan has led the way with its G&H philosophy that provides a purpose. The second is freedom, that you do need the freedom to create, innovate, and evolve. And again, here, Bhutan is creating a space for this in the mindful city. And then third is boundaries. So you need to have freedom within boundaries. Joe Stiglitz in his opening remarks mentioned the traffic light. Sometimes boundaries can actually create freedom. And well thought out boundaries to a system enable it to evolve in ways that don't carry over damage to society and the environment, and particularly the boundaries of a sustainable planet. So I think there's a different governance model that we need to begin thinking about, and I hope Bhutan can be a leader in that innovation. Thank you.
Rebecca, you've done really important thinking and writing about reimagining capitalism, but you told me that that would take 20 minutes. So instead, we're going to get fewer minutes on mindful organizations within a mindful economy.
So thank you, Krista, and my thanks to their majesties and to everyone who's taken the trouble to be here. I really want to build on what Eric started, which is what does a mindful economy look like? And focus in concretely on what firms in a mindful economy look like. How are they different? As Eric says, their first characteristic is that their primary goal is the production of social welfare. Profit is seen as a means to an end, but the end is to build a healthy society, create great jobs, address environmental problems. And what does that mean in practice? And can a firm that does that actually survive in the modern economy? And I want to suggest that the answer to that is absolutely yes. And in fact, the firm of the future is here right now. Let me give you two very concrete examples. The first is Toyota. We think of Toyota now as the world's biggest automotive company, but once it was not that. It was a small, scrappy operation in Japan in disarray. And the owner wanted to build a company that was devoted not to making money, but to helping to rebuild Japan and to create cars that did not break down. And to do that, he introduced a revolution in the way that manufacturing is done. He gave the workers on the factory floor the power to stop the production line. And he gave them the tools in terms of information, in the way that local teams worked, that meant that they could improve the production line. I cannot stress how revolutionary this was and continues to be. The American car companies at the time were run on the basis of the idea that humans on the production floor were cogs in a machine, that every action should be ruthlessly controlled, that all the information was at the top, and they wanted no backtalk. So Toyota built a completely different kind of company, and in doing so, became the largest car company in the world. Well, you might be thinking, well, that's high tech. What about ordinary companies? Can you run a purpose-driven company that just, say, sells groceries? Well, some of you may have heard of the Spanish grocery company Mercadona. Mercadona is owned by a family who had the also revolutionary idea that the purpose of a grocery store should be to create great jobs for the people who work there and provide fantastic groceries that people actually want to buy. Revolutionary concept. To do this, they decided to give their employees the power to choose what they sold. Instead of the products in the store being chosen by the central purchasing, it was chosen by the people in a particular store for their particular customer. And again, they gave them the information and the training and the support necessary to do that. A massive delegation of power. Mercadona is now the largest grocery firm in Spain. They are growing faster than any other rival, and they are hugely profitable. This model is here right now. And let me give you a fascinating fact that my guess is very few of you know. In the average industry, the 10% most productive firms are twice as productive as the 10% least productive firms. That is, they make twice as much output with the same input. I spent years in windowless conference rooms trying to make this result go away. Economists hated it because it suggests that how you manage really makes a difference. And we now have a considerable body of literature suggesting that this is exactly right. That firms that adopt high commitment work practices, treat employees with dignity and respect, delegate power, give them information, teach them how to communicate, and support them every step of the way, they are very significantly more productive than other firms in the economy. What are these firms doing? These are firms run on the basis of the belief that the important thing is to create health and prosperity and people who have good jobs. These firms are out there. So that's the good news. Here's the bad news. They're always under threat. It's difficult to run a firm like this. You have to focus on the long term. You have to really understand how to make these work practices work with you. So what does this mean for Bhutan and the mindful economy in Bhutan? Well, in many ways, Bhutan has done the hardest part of running firms like this, which is to create leaders and a culture in which the idea that you teach people with dignity and respect and build together is taken for granted. Where the idea you manage with kindness and compassion is not a crazy thought, but the obvious way to manage. So that's fabulous. But as Bhutan goes forward, I would suggest two pieces of advice. One, don't rely only on this fantastic culture and way of approaching work. There's lots of work to be done. How are you going to make running a firm this way a source of competitive advantage? Because if you pay more and delegate information and delegate power, that's a harder way to run a firm. So what is the strategic advantage that comes from operating that way? Toyota changed their industry, Mercadona changed theirs. How can Bhutan create business models that take that human engagement and creativity and purpose and sense of mission and translate it into better products at lower prices? So there's a strategic part here. And then the second piece of advice is really following on Eric. How do you create a governance environment and a financial environment that allows these firms to flourish? Because nearly every firm I know that does this and does this well is either privately owned or makes so much money no one's going to bother them. But if you have a firm that's dependent on the private capital markets that push for year-over-year returns, it's very hard to make the investment in training, in trust, in managing in a new way that's essential to these organizations. So as you build the new economic zone, think hard about where the money's coming from and what the incentives look like. Because to really build a mindful economy, you have to get those as right as the culture and sense of leadership, which is already your great gift to the world.
Are there are there countries, entire countries, that the two of you see that you would say are at least aspiring, or no, I don't want to say aspiring, having some success, engaging in creating economies grounded in well-being rather than GDP?
I'd be curious what Eric says, but the obvious candidates are Japan, Germany, and the Nordics, the Scandinavian countries. These are countries which have strong social safety nets, high education, and in which many firms are extremely purpose-driven and committed to the common good. But they have spent years and years building those economies.
Right.
I would just add, there is no one country that is doing all of these things yet today. Maybe this is an opportunity for Bhutan. But we can see bits and pieces around the world that give us some encouragement. And just one example, the points I made of creating a system that balances, that has purpose, but balances freedom and constraints. Denmark has a unique system they call flexicurity, which tries to create freedom in the market economy, but provides boundaries and security to how people live. And what they found, and actually Finland would be another case, is that people are actually more free when they have that security. They are more entrepreneurial, more innovative, take more risks. There's a wonderful case example actually in Finland on this very point. And this is consistent actually with Amartya Sen's philosophy that when you give people the capabilities, that gives them the positive freedoms to live a fulfilling life, and then that contributes to the economy and society.
And so, Jonathan, you've been engaging with Bhutan for quite a while. I wonder, when you speak about a moral economy, is that the same thing as a mindful economy? Tell me what that is.
It is, but first I want to answer your previous question.
Yeah.
There is an association called, there are 6 economies that call themselves the well-being economies, and there's something called the Well-Being Economy Alliance. Those are Scotland, Wales, Iceland, Finland, New Zealand, and Canada. Okay. And they all report to their citizens their budgets are called well-being budgets. They have well-being indicators, and they all report to their citizens. So their goal is not GDP, it is to increase the well-being. And Bhutan was the inspiration for that when it really released at the UN in 2012, GNH, and said these are the indicators of how we function. So now to get to the question about moral. So one of the important things that Dashiell Karma Nyungten said was that the Buddhist idea of that we do things for the benefit of all sentient beings and to relieve the suffering of all sentient beings. So that expands. So what Rebecca and Eric were talking about is an expanded sense of purpose of an economy or a firm. So Bhutan has this amazing culture that says, what if we expanded all sentient beings, goes from the microbes in the soil to the elephants in their migrations to the human beings to the children, and it even goes to future generations. So if you imagine that everything you're doing has to be Pareto optimized for all sentient beings, that sets the moral direction. Then the question is, how do we get there? And as Eric mentioned, the older model of capitalism was very linear, and it was very individualistic, focus, cause, and effect. What a mindful economy requires us to do, so Mathieu earlier today spoke about attention and an expanded sense of attention. So we need the capability to try and attend to all sentient beings, to understand both the positive and negative effects. So how do we do that? So we've been hearing, as part of the Mindful City Plan, this expanded use of technology. And technology can actually allow us to monitor much greater range of benefits and ill effects that we are doing by our actions, and can help and give us the much more real-time feedback that you've been talking about with Toyota, et cetera. So that when you're attuning, so what evolution does in effect is it's continuously tuning itself towards evolving towards more complex and adaptive results. So to me, the moral economy has this moral foundation and then uses a vastly expanded system of attention to guide it to evolve ever continuously towards achieving its goals.
You told me a story about being at Climate Week last week that I think felt relevant to this conversation. Do you want to share that?
I don't remember the story. You better remind me.
Well, if you don't remember the story, then let's move on.
No.
We have such a short time. So, first of all, I want to say, I appreciate where this began with the human imagination, because we really forget how much what happens in our minds actually affects the material world. And of course, money is only money because we believe that it has value. And leaders are only leaders because we believe that we in fact endow that authority. And that's why, reimagining capitalism, right? All social change begins often with an idea that others don't see or believe. Also, Western capitalism, as you described it, actually has a very simplistic and flawed understanding of human nature, right? And I feel that the Buddhist psychology is so sophisticated and intricate, and in fact, such a better foundation for devising an economy. So, Karma, I wonder if you would share with us a little bit about this. I don't want to call it an experiment because I feel it's beyond an experiment, but what has now been learned? What has worked? What are the thresholds that this great adventure of gross national happiness and having a completely different lens on what makes an economy successful for human beings? Share a little bit of that, and also, in light of these observations, looking out at the rest of the world.
Okay, thank you, Krista. So I was thinking that I would like to touch upon the journey that Bhutan has gone through over the last 60 years. Bhutan was one of the last countries to come out of isolation and engage with the world. And in the 60s, the reputation that Bhutan has was more of a mythical reputation of being a land of Shangri-La, whereas in reality it was a small, poor country in the Himalayas, one of the least developed countries in the world. But thanks to the development philosophy of gross national happiness, today we are at a much more different place. And the reputation that Bhutan has gained all over the world is not a mythical reputation anymore. I think it's a reputation that's based on ground reality. And when we look at all the 4 areas of gross national happiness, I think we've done really well in all 4 areas. And so if you start off with good governance, so we had a very successful transition from monarchy to democracy. And this was a monarchy-led initiative, and the transition was also overseen by the kings. And of course, the people in Bhutan weren't very happy that we were transitioning to monarchy, to democracy, because everyone was very happy with the monarchy and the way things were going in Bhutan. Yet, our enlightened kings knew that despite all the drawbacks that democracy has, it is still the best form of governance. And therefore, we introduced democracy. And since then, we've had 4 very successful elections. And I think democracy is doing very well in Bhutan. Second is in terms of preserving our tradition and culture. Today, you all witnessed, and you are also a part of the Chipdrill ceremony and the Machang ceremony. And as you walk around Bhutan during your visit here, you'll see how deeply ingrained this culture and tradition is in Bhutan. And this is one of the main reasons why we get so many tourists coming to Bhutan, because they can see almost a living culture here in Bhutan. And then, of course, then we come to the environment. And this is where I think Bhutan has also become a leader in terms of environmental stewardship. And this is because of very pro-environment policies that we have, the commitments that we've made, and the actions that we've taken on the ground. And Bhutan was actually the first country that set up a trust fund for environmental protection. And of course, Bhutan is also the first carbon neutral country in the world. And then moving on from there into the socio-economic area, in terms of health and education, Bhutan has done really well. Earlier, in the 60s, we really didn't have many schools or hospitals. But when you look at the numbers today, it's amazing. I think we have almost 98% enrollment in the primary education. And while adult literacy has gone up to about 70%, youth literacy has reached about 98%. And so today, if you go to any remote place in the country, you'll probably find an English-speaking person in that area also, because these schools have reached the most remote places in Bhutan. And then when we come to health, of course, life expectancy has gone up substantially from about 48 years in the 60s to about 73 now. And when we look at the health infrastructure that has been put in place now, COVID was a very good example that showed what a robust infrastructure we have in place. Because when Bhutan got the vaccines, I think Bhutan was one of the countries that was able to vaccinate its entire population in the fastest period of time. And I think that just showed how well the health sector is also organized. And so social sector also has done really well. The economy also, I think, when we compare it to other countries, Bhutan has done relatively well. Because if you look at the average GDP growth rate, it's about 6%. And that is much higher than many countries. And when we look at the per capita GDP growth also, in the 1970s, it was about $200. And now it's at about $3,500. And recently, Bhutan graduated from LDC status to a middle-income country. And so these are all great achievements, I think. And it's been a holistic, all-round sort of a development in a very sustainable way. But the key question, of course, is that while the economy has done well in the past, we are facing new challenges in Bhutan. And so I thought maybe if it's okay to move on, with what are the lessons that we've learned and why we need to do a city like the Gyelefu Mindfulness City.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so maybe I'll just again go through the journey of industrial development in Bhutan and the lessons that we've learned and why investors, we are not able to attract the right kind of investors that we want in Bhutan. And so when we look at our industrial journey, it actually starts with the development of the hydropower projects in Bhutan. So the Chuka project was the first project. It was commissioned in 1988. And at this point, I think we really have to acknowledge the support that India has provided in developing hydropower in Bhutan. They've provided us the market to sell our surplus energy to. And they've also provided financing to build many of our very big hydropower projects. And of course, India's support is going to be very crucial in making sure that the Gyelefu Mindfulness City succeeds also. But coming back to hydropower, when Chuka project was commissioned in 1988, the tariffs for hydropower projects was one of the lowest in Bhutan. And so it only made sense to develop power-intensive industries because that would give us a lot of competitive advantage. And so the first ferroalloy company was set up in Bhutan. And then the second milestone in hydropower development was the commissioning of the Tala project in 2007. And between the commissioning of these two projects, there were two very positive events that happened for Bhutan. One was that because of the concern for climate change, people were moving away from fossil fuel energy and giving a preference for green energy. And that is exactly what hydropower is. And so that is something that is in the advantage of Bhutan. The second is that India started liberalizing its economy in the early 90s. And so growth rate in India was picking up. And with a population of over 1 billion people, it's a huge market for any product. And so we thought that we had a really good thing going because we had this green source of energy and a huge market in India. And so, of course, because of our philosophy of gross national happiness, we tried to attract industries that would be clean and green. And so we had some interest from a Scandinavian country to set up a silicon wafer factory here in Bhutan. And so initially we had good discussions with them. But once they came to Bhutan, the feedback that they gave us was that, oh, your roads are not really good. And so, you know, our silicon wafer products are very sensitive and might get damaged.
What is not good enough?
The roads.
Oh, the roads.
Quite bumpy and with a lot of potholes. And the other thing was that they had come to Bhutan during the monsoons. And we know what happened to the ambassadors from the EU when their flight had to be diverted back to Bagdogra, and they could only come in the next day because the weather conditions didn't allow the flight to come in. And so this connectivity issue is a very, very big issue with business people, I think. Everyone would like to fly in the morning and, if possible, fly out. If not, at least the next day. But if you are at the mercy of weather, then that is a risk that most businessmen wouldn't want to take. So those are two issues that arose there. And then, of course, we knew that data centers were also very energy hungry, and the tech sector was looking at green sources of energy. And so we did go to Silicon Valley. We did talk to Google. But there were two things that they mentioned to us. So one was that for Google to set up data centers in Bhutan, you need to have a reliability of 99.999%. And so when we talked to our telcos, they said that that is impossible for us to achieve in the current situation because we have only one internet gateway, and you need redundancy. So we needed another internet gateway to provide that redundancy. And unfortunately, even today, we've not been able to achieve that second redundancy. And then the second point that they made was, what sort of a legal system do you have in Bhutan? Because, data centers are quite complicated. There are data privacy-related issues, and whether our laws are sophisticated enough to manage these sorts of things. And of course, our laws are not very business-friendly or not sophisticated enough to deal with these sorts of things. And so what happened was that since we couldn't attract these industries in 2007, 5 more ferrosilicon factories came up in Bhutan. And then more recently, we said another hydropower project was commissioned, the Mangdechu hydropower project. And this is another big project. And since we haven't progressed so much since 2007 in terms of creating that enabling environment for investors, we've gone the same ferrosilicon route. And we now have 6 ferrosilicon plants that are coming up in Samtsi. And actually, there are almost 8 applications for 1 additional slot that is available. And so the question is this the route that we want to follow for Bhutan? Because we have many more hydropower projects coming up, but is this the only solution that we have? And so and the lesson that we've learned from these 2 experiences, and of course many more experiences, is that what investors are looking for is an ecosystem, I think, that provides all the solutions they require.
Yeah.
So they need a good legal framework that they're familiar with and they can trust. They need infrastructure that is good, and they need connectivity that they can rely on. Yeah. And so this is where we feel that creating this special administrative zone in Gyalipu would allow us to achieve all of these requirements of the investors. And therefore, it has to be created as a special administrative region that provides this legislative flexibility for Bhutan. And so this is where we feel that if you can create this economic hub that attracts these investors, and then house this economic hub in a city that has been designed based on the ethos of Bhutan and on the values of gross national happiness, that would make Gyalipu a really unique place and help us achieve, I think, what the vision that His Majesty has set out for Bhutan.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's so illuminating. Yeah. It's ingenious. I mean, you're creating the whole ecosystem, and also solving some of the actual very concrete problems. I don't know. I'm curious about how others are responding to this, or what questions you might have of Karma.
So one thought, by the way, is that we speak about the private sector and we speak about the government sector, but there's a third sector, which is the commons and the common good. And and it is something that Bhutan has really thrived with. It has community forests, people collectively build houses. There are many, many what are called commoning systems here that have really added to Bhutan's cultural and economic resilience. And so I would encourage that the Gyalipu model think about these commoning practices and how do we create a common good realm too.
Yeah, so when we're looking at the Gyalipu Mindfulness City, I think one of the big opportunities that we have is that, Gyalipu, it's bookended by 2 national parks. One is the Phipsu Wildlife Sanctuary, and the other is the Royal Manas National Park. And there's actually a biological corridor that connects these 2 areas. And so while we talk about the Gyalipu Mindfulness area as a city, only about 20% of the city will actually be developed. And over 80% of the city will be still left forested.
Go on.
I think this case example you've outlined is an absolutely fascinating demonstration of what this new paradigm could look like. Understanding an economy as an ecosystem, and then trying to understand what will make that ecosystem grow in a kind of organic way. There's been some very interesting work that this isn't just a metaphor that economies are ecosystem. Researchers at Harvard and other places have actually mapped these things out in what they call the product space of the economy. And they've seen that successful development models grow from adjacent opportunities. That if you try too much central planning to just, plop down a new industry somewhere with no connectivity, no networks, it doesn't work. But when you find out the existing strengths a country and society has, and then find what's the next opportunity, the step-by-step approach from those, that can be very successful. So, starting with the assets of green energy is a very natural place. And I'm sure the thinking is, what are those other nodes that we have that we can build on into those next steps in step-by-step building that ecosystem? I have to say I get a little bit nervous when I hear there's sometimes a fine line between vision and over planning, if that makes sense. Because one other thing we know about economies is they're highly uncertain, highly unknowable. So a key question is, how do you use that vision, which you clearly have, to create that purpose and drive progress, but create enough flexibility for all those unknowns to kind of adapt organically to that?
Certainly, I think those are very pertinent issues and questions. And this is the reason why we have forums like the Bhutan Innovation Forum, where we have experts from all over the world in all different areas. And so these discussions, we hope, will help us find the answers to the questions that you've asked.
I think you might give the same answer to my question. But I'm curious how you're thinking about the balance between attracting foreign firms and growing indigenous Bhutanese firms, and really creating Bhutanese entrepreneurs. Because if you simply bring in foreign firms, they may be the old kind of firms. That is, they may help you with economic growth, but they may not be consistent with your broader vision. So how are you thinking about that as a strategic question?
We're looking at it from almost two perspectives. One is in terms of the more traditional economy of Bhutan, which is agriculture. And what we've found out is that although, again, here, we have very high aspirations of becoming an organic country, we really haven't been able to achieve that goal because of various reasons. But in Gelugpa, we feel that we have an opportunity to actually become an organic, to create this community of organic farmers. Because if the city were to develop in the manner that it is envisioned to develop, it will have very high people with a lot of income in that area, and they would be able to purchase the organic goods from the farmers that grow it. Of course, we'll have to have a transition in place to ensure that the farmers that currently rely on self-sustaining basis to move to a more commercial, organic sort of thing, which is required in Bhutan. And so this Gelugpa Mindfulness City would actually enable that. And if that is successful for the Gelugpa farmers, then this is something that would apply equally to the rest of Bhutan also, because it is finding a market for our organic farmers that has been really challenging. The second point is when you talk about future industries. So these are tech-related industries, and these are industries that our Bhutanese youth are attracted to. And so this is where we find that there'll be a good complement between the skills that we hope that our youth will be able to develop and the kind of industries that the future is looking at.
So one of the interesting things about the title of our session is it includes the phrase shared prosperity. And we're still evolving systems as to how we share prosperity. But one of the key ones is actually taxing systems. And taxing systems are essential for paying for infrastructure, but they're the systems by which we can pay for the best schools, the best healthcare, best transportation systems and support. And so what I heard a lot of today was about how we're going to try and be a low tax zone and a tax-free zone and all that. And so I'm wondering how you think about having sufficient actually tax or other income to really create a system of shared prosperity.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting question for Bhutan, because we don't want to be tax havens, because that's a downward spiral. I think once a country starts providing zero taxes, where do you go from there? And so what we are looking at is actually attracting like-minded industries that will be willing to come to Bhutan because of what it offers, and not purely because it offers only tax incentives. Of course, initially, I think when we start up the city, those sorts of incentives would have to be provided to attract maybe the founding industries. But as we move on, I think that is not a model that would be good for Bhutan, and so we would have to look at different models to ensure that we benefit from the companies that do come into the Gelugpa Mindfulness City.
So we have time for one or two questions. Just kind of, I think this is an interesting one. Coming back a little bit to the simplistic idea of the simplistic human condition idea of capitalism was that we'll all be greedy at the same time, and somehow my greed will balance out your greed, and we'll have an equitable whole. This question is, though, how can we ensure that mindfulness practices don't hinder the efficiency and competitiveness of businesses? And I think my favorite indicator of gross national happiness is time use, which places a value on leisure time and time that is just about the quality of life. But I think that this is a question that anyone would ask looking at this. Will mindfulness get in the way of having a dynamic economy? And I think these two want to say something also.
Harry, you go first.
Well, I'd say that, it's more common in kind of Western thinking, this idea that greed is good, that's the misunderstanding of Adam Smith's invisible hand. He wasn't actually talking about greed is good. That's
he said a lot of other things.
He actually thought greed was pretty bad.
Yeah.
And he wrote a whole book on it. In fact, we can blame Milton Friedman gave us this misperception that that's what Adam Smith said.
We weren't going to invoke him here, though.
But when you look at the history of actually where prosperity has been created, and particularly more inclusive forms of prosperity, what you see is it's built out of cooperation.
Yeah.
Civilization is built out of cooperation, mutuality, and trust. High trust societies tend to be both more prosperous and more inclusive. And more, recent work shows that inclusivity and fairness create prosperity. It's not a trade-off. Again, in a lot of standard orthodox economics, you have this trade-off. You can have growth or you can have equity. You can have a clean environment or you can have jobs. These are false trade-offs, and we have actually a lot of evidence of that. So it's not a question of, will mindfulness get in the way of these things? It's more, how can we harness what we know is good in human nature to create that shared prosperity? And what excites me about the Bhutanese experiment is you have a long history of trying to harness these aspects of human nature to the collective good. And I think we can learn a lot from that.
I would build on that to say that mindfulness is essential to building these kinds of firms in which you don't have the trade-off. That one of the things the worst forms of extractive capitalism allow you to do is check out, to think of people as numbers, to not take responsibility for that damage you're creating. And mindfulness is fundamental to allow us as humans to really engage, to really be present, to take the trouble, to go the extra mile. That means that you can create a much healthier and more prosperous society. So it's not a trade-off, it's a fundamental component of this model. That's my belief.
And yet I think that this question speaks to the value of creating this living laboratory where that is demonstrated. Jonathan, did you have something?
No, only that we live in a world now where we're highly impacted by climate change. Somebody mentioned that there's 140 wars or something going on. That the experiment of civilization is actually in some ways a threat because of our mindless behavior. And so the question, I think, misunderstands that mindfulness, and actually, as Mathieu said earlier today, mindfulness infused with compassion is actually essential for the experiment of and progress of human civilization.
Yeah, for the human enterprise. Okay, I think just as we close, I'd love for each of you to name something that you, because obviously this is a complex undertaking, right? And you may also find, and this was one of the questions also, that new metrics are needed. That there's a way that you might need to add or nuance the gross national happiness metrics. But the question I would want to pose to all of you is, what would you absolutely not want Bhutan to sacrifice as it adapts and evolves and takes this way of being an economy to the next stage in this kind of very ambitious way?
Well, I think it's very clear to many of us here that you have both a very precious culture and a precious environment, and that you're working very hard to preserve both as you go through this next stage of development. I would say one thing that struck me both from the discussion this morning and other side discussion is how we need to work at two levels. One is the level of our individual minds, what we were just talking about, mindfulness, and the first panel this morning on the lessons from Buddhism. But we also know that that's a very slow and difficult journey, both at an individual and a societal level. And as Jonathan noted, we may not have time. But we also know that by making changes at the systems level, that we can also change things at the human level. One of the negative aspects of the way we've run capitalism is, and we actually have hard evidence on this from experiments and so on, that it actually makes people greedier, more selfish, more individualistic, that the system actually can drive those behaviors. And so it does give me hope that if we can change those governing ideas and structures of the system, that we can get a positive feedback between our individual behavior and how the system works.
Okay, we have 34 seconds, so you have 15 and you have...
I believe that Bhutan has the unique ability to combine kindness and math. That is the human dimension and the strategic, economic, use your mind, think about this sensibly. And that is invaluable, the ability to do both.
When Jonathan Rose and I began working on the Timbu structure plan, we held a meeting with key leaders, and we asked them first to describe what was great about village life and then what was great about the urban life. And they did not translate. And what we saw was the urban model to date has sacrificed a lot of all the interdependence, well-being, happiness, mutual care, compassion that is built into the evolved urban, rural traditions. And so I would say what not to sacrifice is to really try and reclaim that great rural culture and figure out how to bring it into the 21st century.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
수도 튼독도 바고 바친 팀대 티티 genkude 이런 게 바수 배운 거베세 안에보다 팀고시 존데 게베다 바라 genku지 다 두기 잡미 속대서 우달로 잡미 되수기 캐릭터 균체 되좀베 학삼다 genku데서 야자당니기 된로 두기 잡미 속대기 갔돌래 같이라제도가 세미지 담바라네래
라스타나메스 미카리치 주니라 다 Tambara ti genku da genti ngati chame chodi ki ti maju gi te khole nga gi ta tarina jamtong zi ni de gi jamtong gi tiwa teling gi te na zi jumi ngati dubi dumi te chere shusulu tambara ni khatule te chemole so da ziba tele yu se te bishunila te tele ta ni bitelu hebdalu te ngata gi ta gehap du gehap chamche member te gehap jenda jiya te tang gechinalu te ngachalo milu kachi gomoso wachin te shideti gobe se shunila te ane shideti gobdalu shideki tsawa di timdi te tindibi gobe te timdi dindibi gosu da timdi diyub chamchige mitebe te dinalu timgi te soda shato pimisu te dame simikara te tsagenti gebe te rangi tangden tolebe kinchen namdali ma gyobe te gebe te chashishu gobdi kachi tuto imbe se shuni te penalu na duge khamnalu te tarina ngachige duge khamnalu tari jame chodegi te ngachigi tat la genko da genti tat halam madaw le sechera ngachigi tat bioda boshin yu ti nandini ne tat namesebe karangagi na shugomendu ta nedin kha sum de chulu netigi bengagi shugochin tamara ngachigi ta jamigi chujugi tatudi tet ti ngachigi be lemi se shunila ta dige kole te torot ngagi te tordichibe shugochin te nilo niton kechi te sum chunjugi nongona